conference. So first of all, we have two emergency exits. As I stand here, there's one on the left-hand side, and there's one on the right-hand side, covered by the curtain. And in case of any emergency, please do not panic. We'll orderly file out of here to the muster points. We have two muster points, one in front of the church, and the other one by the school car park. That's St. George's School compound, just to the right. And here we have two conveniences. One downstairs for the female under the staircase, and the other one out there for the male. So please, these are our ground rules as we gather here today. All participants in this conference are strictly to adhere by these rules so we can have a smooth deliberation. All phones, please, must be on silence, or probably switch it off to avoid any distractions. Let us stay mentally and physically focused so that we can grab and understand the essence of our being here today. We will appreciate no side conversations or distractions. And movement within the hall, once we start, will be strictly prohibited, except during the breaks that we might have in this conference. We expect our guests today to please write down your questions and pass them to the designated ushers who will be picking them up. And we want to beg you, please, there'll be no eating, no noise, and no sleeping is allowed. We are not here to sleep. We're not here to sleep. We're here to open our hearts and our minds and reason as Nigerians and talk to ourselves this little platform and opportunity we have and see how we can contribute to the development of this country. So let's just get set. While we wait here, our participants, people are coming. We're getting a small delay because of the accreditation down there. So we just want to tell you to be calm and just be at peace. All will be well. At this time, I would like to invite to me or to this podium the MC of this conference, Mr. Anthony Ikoyi. If he's here, Mr. Anthony, please come forward. So at this point, I hand over to him to drive us through this trip. You're all welcome once again, and apologies again as we start a bit late. Thank you very much.
Good morning, all. May I hasten to, I don't want to say I want to correct my late chairman. I want to rephrase the way he has introduced me. And I will introduce myself. I will go out again. I will come back. And I expect to hear a resounding applause. With the permission of my chairman, sir. Chairman CMG. Mr. Chairman, sir, we are going to need your full attention, sir. Mr. President, we are going to need your full attention, sir. So may I seek your indulgence to reintroduce myself properly, sir? My Oga at the top did not quite do justice to the introduction. However, I am Anthony Ikoyi Esquire, a principal partner of the law firm of Anthony and Co. I'm a solicitor, barrister and solicitor of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. The reason I did the introduction properly, because I see a lot of men here. And this is not a gathering of boys, a gathering of men and ladies. So if my card cannot go round, so the introduction would have done it. Somewhere along the line, I will throw in the phone number. Anyway, we have loads and loads of exciting programs lined up for you. And I am glad to have been invited. In fact, I've been coming, I've attended the last one they did before now. And I only came as a representative of the CMO. But today, I am moderating this August gathering. Like you know, the CMG's conference is an annual event. It's been exciting over the years. And as the years go by, there's lots and lots of improvements. If you look around now, you can, in fact, I was thinking I was at the Supreme Court dinner. I see lots of black and I see lots of white. The only difference is that when I look at my right, I look at some of my CMO members and I see them, they are wearing a different uniform and I'm not seeing the sash on them. Chairman, sir, please, you take note of that. When you attend an event like this, I'm a very proud member of CMO, senior member of CMO. I've been a chairman, CMO Week Organizing Committee, standing committee for the last 3 years. So when we are in attending an event like this, because I see other societies, in fact, I am so proud of this society that is before me. In fact, madam is already smiling, so I'm not going to mention their name. They already know themselves. They are in their uniform, well-dressed, and in fact, you can easily identify them. So I want to see that happen also with CMO. I see my chairman emeritus also standing. I don't know if he has become an Ogwefi now, but I doubt. He's wearing a red cap. Mr. Chairman, sir, please, Iche, Iche, you are most welcome, sir. Please put your hand together for my chairman emeritus. Mr. Okonkwo. In fact, talking about him now, before our keynote speaker comes, I want to invite him to join one organization we are just floating now. It's called Stingy Men Association. It has been touted that the keynote speaker for today, it's our honorary member, but we don't know if it's one yet. Shishi will not give. The reason I'm inviting my chairman to come is that when I was working under him, any money that comes, we'll go out and raise the money. When we come back, we say, Chairman, I say, sir, he said, where's the money you raised? I said, look at it, sir. How much? I said, about 1 million. The other man is here to give. AEC has brought this. He said, yes, I'm aware. What have you spent? I said, oh, God, we have spent this. He said, no, they don't spend money like that. Please, can you take some of the things back? Take them back. Don't worry, we will manage when it comes to that. I'll tell you one story. Chairman, sir, permit me to say this. I came for this CMG program now. They took us first to one hall, and I had breakfast. In fact, there were choices. You could make a choice of what you want to eat. When I was CMO Law Week chairman, we had conceived of that plan and idea. Chairman would say, no, Tony, there's no budget for this. Remove it. They must have eaten before they came. There was one time I said, I'm going to bring Tyra. We're going to have what we usually do at Catholic lawyers. Incidentally, please, I forgot to mention this. I'm also the vice chairman, Catholic Lawyers Association, Catholic Church of the Assumption, Falomo, and also the financial secretary, Catholic Lawyers Association, National Association of Catholic Lawyers, Lagos Archdiocese. So, I thank you, Brother Tony, for leading the applause. There's a gift for you later. So continue to lead the applause. Okay, so I wanted to bring Tyra to come and cater for us. Chairman said, no, Tony, let's do it. There's another way. You can still bring Tyra, it's just that she will not be present. I said, how, sir, if she's not here? People that are supposed to serve are not here. How can I bring her? You see what you do. Tyra is going to be charging you 1,200 per plate. I said, no, she's even asking me 1,300 per plate. He said, hey, I know it. I said, what do I do, sir? He said, go along Awolowo Road here. There is a Chicken Republic. And I heard they are doing promo now. Chicken and fried rice, 500 naira. Chicken and fried rice, 500 naira. You bring it. I said, guys, if we now bring the pack, everybody will know that chicken and fried rice, we are buying from a Chicken Republic. And you know, especially, there's a Mr. Bat Ebon. Please put your hand together for Mr. Bat Ebon. He's one of the pillars of CMO. You are welcome, sir. We recognize you and we treasure your support over the years. I know you continue to support us, sir. God bless you as you give. So I said, you know, Mr. Bat Ebon does not like things like that. He's going to query me. He said, don't worry. What you do, go and rent plate. You can rent plate to 200 naira. Plus the 500 naira, is that not 700? Have we not made savings? I said, oh, guys, here everywhere we must make savings. Let's treat ourselves to a dinner for once. A good meal. He said, no, don't worry. Our feast day is coming. We eat. So coming here today, I want to thank the president of CMG and the members. In fact, with what I've seen today, I think I'm going to give it a serious thought. Maybe it is time for me to activate my membership of CMG. I'm most proud of you guys. Thank you. There would have been this one organization. In fact, I'm a member of the 9th of St. Mulumba. Also, a baby member. I'm in the first degree. I see some of my GKs here. Although I'm still trying to understand or to figure out the 9th, the order. Because they say you cannot talk about them when you are outside. The regalias and the gifts and the books and everything belong to the order. So I'm very careful. I would have loved to say some complimentary remarks about them, but I don't know if that will end me exposure. Because it's another I've looked forward to join. And now that I have joined, I don't know. Mr. GK, sir, you are welcome, sir. We have a host of our GKs here. And we have our newest 4th degree member. Am I allowed to talk about that? Okay. Since the GK is looking at me and he's not shaking his head, I think I'm allowed to only mention that. So we have our newest member who has just been inducted into the 4th degree. And his name is Mr. Emmanuel. Worthy brother Emmanuel Jewere. It's not Sir Emmanuel Jewere. In fact, one of the things that drew me into the order, GK, sir, please, I have to talk about this, please. And even if I have to pay, fine, please, let me pay. My zonal leader is not even here. Worthy brother Matthew Egbadon. So, in fact, I thought from the day that I will join, when I'm coming from the induction from St. Leo, from that day I will begin to be sir. I told my wife when we were leaving the house, I said, call me Anthony now, or call me Barrister, or whatever pet name. I said, whenever we come back today from St. Leo, you are going to be St. Leo, you are going to be calling me sir. I will now become sir if I'm inducted. So I'll become sir. So when we were just there and they have spoken to us, they have briefed us, and they have told us that before I even can near to be called sir, I need to put in another 17 years from. So when they were talking, I was looking at my wife. She was looking at me. We were sitting in opposite direction, but she was looking at me. I was looking at her. So the next thing, she did eyes to me like this. as if to say, I told you, you are going to wait for that sir for a very long time. So I am prepared to wait, sir. My GK, sir. I know you have said to us there that to take 3 years, those who are baby members in the 1st degree. From there, we'll go to the 2nd degree. From there, we'll go to the 3rd degree. From there, we'll go to the 4th degree. And maybe from there, we'll continue to graduate to degrees. So, but we'll wait, sir. But I know, I thought Mr. Jewere was going to be here. If Mr. Jewere can wait for over 17 years to be called sir, in fact, I'll wait for another 21 years, sir. So it's all good. It's all good. It's really an ideal order. In fact, one of the things that I pray to God every day that I work on, it's time to be punctual, punctuality. They say it is so to business, although I'm not a businessman. So in the zonal meeting, the rain was falling. Sir, I want to tell you this, sir. GK, I want to tell you this. You were at the zonal meeting, sir. The reason I came late that day was because the rain was falling. And when I looked at my time, it was just 5 minutes when I walked in. But they still said I was late. They said they take attendance and punctuality seriously. So maybe, sir, I'll be running to you so that you can make some allowance for those of us who are still learning the ropes. So that even when we come late, so you won't be fine, sir. So that you can help me pass this to my zonal leader. Because my zonal leader is like a principal. I've known him all the way from Benin when he was a right honorable. In fact, he was the speaker of Edo State House of Assembly. My brother was the majority leader, and I was the senior legislative aide, being a lawyer to my brother. So then, I think maybe by now with age, he would have mellowed down. But from what I see, he still has not mellowed down. He's so regimented. Then he's so regimented. And when he's sitting like this, he's a speaker sitting at the speaker's chair. His eyes are everywhere. Looking at everybody. Looking at the honorable members. Then particularly the head of a human being. I've not seen that. Christians are more compassionate. So this is one of the reasons that I have tried to adduce that we Christians should get involved. Again, throughout history, Christians, particularly the early missionaries, they have made significant difference in the lives of humanity. They have founded churches, they have founded schools, they have founded hospitals, and they have even founded recreation centers so that after all said and done, we can go there and unwind. So this is also a way of contribution to humanity. I'm sure some of our fathers here and some of our senior citizens here, even to us, we attended missionary schools, some of us. Some of us, when we were sick, we attended missionary hospitals those days. And some of us, we indulge in all manners of human engagement through the missionary activities. Again, one example that readily comes to mind, it's, how many of us have heard of Mary Celeste? Mary Celeste. I want to give God the glory for her life. If not for Mary Celeste, I am not sure I would have been standing before you, because my father was a twin. So, if not for the effort of Mary Celeste, maybe my father would have been picked up and dumped in an evil forest somewhere and left to die because he came just as a twin. So these are some of readily available examples. Too many to elaborate on that Christians have done for the society and for the world. But if they were not Christians, if they were not who they were, where would the world have been today? Again, if you look at what is happening in our society, we've had lots and lots of evil in this society. I thank God, one of our chairman for today, is there anywhere where he said he's the chairman? Okay, it's already, so I wanted to hide his identity, but it's already here. So our chairman for today, Reverend Father George Omaku Ehusani or Ehisani? Ehusani. Thank you for that. Ehusani has been an advocate. In fact, maybe the title that was given to Gani Fawe at that time should be given to him now. He has been a senior advocate of the masses. He has been advocating loudly to powers that be. He spoke truth. I read one of his books, Nigeria, the Years of the Locust. If you come across, please pick it up. He spoke truth to power, even at the pain or peril of his life. He spoke truth to power during the time of our strong, dark, goggled ruler, General Sani Abacha. And again, if you look at today, who are those? We have lots of in my opinion. I'm not here to criticize. It's my personal opinion. I don't think they are doing enough. Catholic Bishops' Conference is doing more, in my opinion, than what Khan is doing. They speak all the time. They issue press statements. They talk to powers that be. Again, look at our His Grace, the Catholic Archdiocese. The Catholic Archdiocese, the Archdiocese of Sokoto Diocese, His Grace Matthew Hassan Kuka speaks all the time to Buhari. Sometimes through open letters. Ladies and gentlemen, please, I want to apologize for the delay. We are starting behind schedule, but I'm sure when we are waiting for the chairman to come, as soon as the chairman comes and the keynote speaker, they are together. They are driving together. So we'll just kick off. We'll kick off and rapidly we'll be moving very fast. So, having said all of this, sir, next question is a follow-up question. How will Christians get involved? How? We have asked the question whether Christians should be involved, and the resounding answer has been yes. And we have talked about why Christians should be involved. Now, how should Christians be involved? How should Christians be involved beyond interrogating the system? So I have tried to come up. In my own little way to say that first and foremost, in fact, have we been following the trend on social media recently? There's been a revolution of young people trying to get their PVCs. And for the very first time, I am so impressed with the youth. Do I say I'm a youth? Ladies and gentlemen, what is the criteria for even defining a youth? Because at the last convention of APC, the person who emerged as a youth leader was 65 years old. So is that person actually a youth? So if I look at that man calling himself a youth and it's acknowledged that he's a youth, then I am also a youth. After all, I'm not up to 65 years old. So, okay, sir. So, I am so proud of the youth. For the first time, I think they are rising up and they are speaking in one voice. And their voice is beginning to be audible. Because if you see the way they are all out en masse to to get enrolled and collect their PVCs, it is something the very first time we all need to be proud of. So first and foremost, if you want to get involved, go and get registered and go and collect your PVC. In fact, let me also tell you this. I saw a church, I think it was a Catholic church, is it River State or so, where the parish priest stood outside and he was waving his own PVC and asking members, where is your PVC? Go and get registered. So this is interrogation. This is a contribution. Encouraging, not just encouraging, urging parishioners to go and get registered so that they have their PVC. And in fact, I want to also thank the parish priest of Falomo Because we were here yesterday for a pre-test run, and hopefully they were doing registration, PVC registration, in this hall. So this is an opportunity by way of information to parishioners and members of the general public that you can also come here to Falomo and get registered so that you can collect your PVC. But please, what is most important is, please, this is very important, and I think this should go around. When you are going to be registered, try and register close to your place of residence, so that on that day, the essence of the registration and collecting your PVC is because you want to vote. You cannot be living at Yanokpaja and you come and register in Falomo. Because on that day, you may not get a vehicle that will bring you to Falomo. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to make a final apology that our guests are almost here. In fact, as I speak, they are about to walk in now. As I speak, they are about to walk in now so that we can start. We sincerely apologize for the delay. Our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for His Excellency, Dr. Peter Obi. Dr. Peter Obi. Please, you may be seated. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting now. The program is just about to take off now. So we are starting with the national anthem. National anthem. Please, may we all rise as we take the national anthem. Please be seated. Thank you. Yes, yes. The next item on the agenda, it's opening prayer. The opening prayer will be taken by none other than our very own Reverend Father Ike.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of this day. We thank you for the gift of our lives. We thank you for the CMG of our parish. We thank you for this 2022 CMG annual conference with the theme, The Quest for Good Governance in Nigeria. Almighty God, you know that presently the issue of governance in our country, Nigeria, is a great problem. We ask you, Lord, to bless these speakers, bless all of us who are participating in this conference, and help so that all the deliberations today will energize us and help us and keep our minds open to taking right decisions. As Christians, Lord, we ask you to continue to instill in us the fear of God and respect for humanity, respect for the people, and respect for all offices that has been given to us. Bless this conference and help so that all activities of this conference today will be a huge success. This we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, may I crave your indulgence to quickly just take 1 or 2 minutes to do a brief recognition. This occasion, or this conference, is chaired by none other than our very own vibrant priest, author of several books, Reverend Father George Omako Ehusani. Reverend Father George Ehusani is the Executive Director of Lost Era Leadership Foundation. He was the former Secretary General of the Catholic Secretariat of Nigeria. He's an author of several books, journals, articles, and a well-known public speaker and a regular feature on many television channels, by which means he consistently engages the Nigerian socio-economic and political elite, teaching core religious values and virtues, promoting sacrificial leadership, advocating for social justice, championing the cause of mutual understanding and peaceful coexistence in Nigeria. Sir, you are welcome, sir. Also, at the table there, sir, is our keynote speaker, Dr. In fact, I'm not going to mention his name now. Our keynote speaker embraced politics since 2003, coming from the business world. He has been very successful coming from the corporate world when he first contested the gubernatorial election of Anambra State as a candidate of AGA in 2003, all through his legal battle after Chris Ngige was sworn in. He went to court because he's a man of peace. For 3 years, he was in court battling to regain his mandate. He was eventually sworn in after the verdict of the Court of Appeal in March 2006, and he assumed office the very next day. Until this day, he has still been working. It has been said that our keynote speaker, Dr. Peter Obi, has a benevolent spirit in the spiritual realm that he's cracking his palm kernels. All because, all through his legal battle, he has always overcome and he has always succeeded. The speaker, he has a record of service and frugality, but with a Midas touch. He has turned around fortunes of his state, as anything he touches turns into success. He is the rave of the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, are you obedient? They said a golden fish has no hiding place. Please help me welcome the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, whose benevolent spirit is still working in his favor, cracking his palm kernel. Please welcome Dr. Peter Obi. Again, we have one of our speakers for today, a young man. He's a youth. Since we know that one of the political parties' youth leader who won as youth leader is 65 years. So we really don't know what category to use or criteria in defining a youth. So I want to refer to him as youth. His name is Barrister Liboros Oshoma. He's a lawyer and a public commentator with a pedigree, an advocate of truth, a political analyst, come public commentator, speaking truth to power with powerful and creative thoughts. objective and fair in his debate and analysis. He has in recent times become a voice of grassroots leadership to national leadership advocacy. He has spoken and written several articles on issues of change and the concept of leadership in Nigeria. He has become the voice of the voiceless. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Barrister Liboros Oshoma. Our next keynote speaker, sitting at the high table, was born in Obosi, in Anambra State. Obosi, in Anambra State. He's a Nigerian lawyer, a politician, and a businessman of no mean feat. He's the CEO of Minaj Group with interest in broadcasting, TV, radio, cable, and satellite. He was one-time Secretary General, National Union of Nigerian Students, a member of Nigerian Constituent Assembly 1988 to 1989, National Constitutional Conference 1994 to 1995, member, National Reconciliation Committee in 1995, member Select Committee of Traditional Rulers and Leaders of Thought in 1998, a senator, elected senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in 1999 to 2003. He's a member of the American Bar Association, honorary life vice president of Onitsha Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines, and Agriculture. He was the chairman of Senate Committee on Judiciary, a member of the Nigerian Bar Association, member International Bar Association, a recipient of several awards and recognition, both international and local. Please join me as I make welcome most distinguished Senator Michael Ajegbo. You are welcome, sir. You are welcome, sir. Last but not the least, the man I'm going to call, if I need no introduction, we all know him. Ladies and gentlemen, please let us welcome our very reverend father, Francis Ike, the parish priest, Catholic Church of the Assumption, Falomo. Again, sir, I'm going to, the man who has brought us all here, ladies and gentlemen, the president of CMG, Falomo, brother Sylvester Igini. You are welcome, sir. So we move on quickly. I haven't done that. Opening remark. No, a welcome address by the president of CMG. Sir. Okay, come over.
Good morning. Apologies, my voice is almost gone. It's been a very busy week for us. I would like to start by apologizing for starting this event a bit late. Our chairman and the keynote speaker had to fly in from Abuja, and our country at the moment is struggling with aviation fuel. But we are glad that they arrived safely. We apologize to everyone who came in early, and we welcome them to our midst. I would like to start by thanking all of you for being very patient. To the Chief Shepherd of Lagos, Most Reverend Dr. Alfred Adewale Martins, the Catholic Archbishop of the Metropolitan See of Lagos, who confirmed this date and gave us the freedom to move ahead. We thank him. The host of this event, our parish priest of the Catholic Church of the Assumption, Falomo, very Reverend Father Francis Ike. You're recognized, sir. And we also recognize his assistant, Reverend Father Sam Emenogu. I would like to recognize as well the priest in residence, Monsignor Antonio Banla. Monsignor, you're welcome. And also, the chairman for today's occasion, Reverend Father George Husani, our keynote speaker, His Excellency Mr. Peter Obi, our co-discussants, all the clergies in the house, the Dean of the Lagos Island Missionary, Reverend Father Olaiton, you're welcome, sir. I would also like to recognize and welcome Mr. Funsho Duarte, who also is here in our presence. Mr. Funsho, you're welcome. I would like to also welcome all our co-discussants who have been introduced, members of the Catholic Men's Guild, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all to this conference themed The Quest for Good Governance in Nigeria, an interrogation of the role of Christians in government. Now, every 4 years, our country, Nigeria, goes out in search of good leaders to steer the affairs of our great nation. Different persons are elected into various leadership positions to direct the affairs of our country. However, with each set of new leaders, the level of corruption, insecurity, injustice, nepotism, and the likes seem to be on the rise. Our country, Nigeria, currently tops the list of the most corrupt countries in the world, coupled with being named the poverty capital of the world. With all the natural endowment God has bestowed on Nigeria, our people live in abject poverty, with little or no functional infrastructure. It is unfortunate how we keep electing bad leaders to govern the affairs of our great nation. The irony is that the people in government cut across all religion, tribes, culture, among others. One wonders where the Christian morals and training apply, as even the Christians in positions of leadership tend to be just as corrupt as everyone else. As the 2023 presidential elections draw near, it becomes imperative to interrogate Christians in government on their stewardship and role in mismanaging our collective wealth. This conference was necessitated by the need to start a discussion that can lead to change of the status quo. We have put together an array of qualified Nigerians to discuss this topic. I thank the conference chairman, Reverend Father George Husani, for accepting to chair this event despite his very tight schedule. Father, you're welcome, and thank you very much. I also would like to thank our keynote speaker. I would like to stress here that our keynote speaker for today was contacted several months back about chairing this event. The situation that Nigeria is right now was not the situation of things that when we contacted him to be the keynote speaker. But we are happy that we are here today to have this conference and for him to be the keynote speaker. Your Excellency, thank you very much. Our own distinguished Senator Mike Ajebo, you have been very supportive. You are one of us. We thank you. And we look forward to listening to you. And Barrister Liboros Oshoma, we contacted you. You did not hesitate, and you said, I will be there. Thank you for accepting to be here. We are confident that this gentleman will do justice to this topic. At this juncture, may I extend my special gratitude to the chairman of the planning committee, Mr. Filippo Foko, and all the indefatigable committee members who worked tirelessly to actualize this conference. I would like to thank especially our parish priest for almost leading the activities and the planning of this event. Father, thank you very much. He's been very supportive. Once more, I welcome you all, both our online and physical audience to this conference, please relax and enjoy the rewarding ride. Thank you, and God bless you all. Pastor Christy.
Very eloquent, short, direct to the point. I can see that you are a youth, sir. So these are the kind of youth we need in this country now to lead the affairs. Having said that, quickly we go to opening remarks by the event chairman, Reverend Father Houston.
Good morning, sisters and brothers. Are you expecting me to sing? Sisters, good to see you. Well, we have we lost an hour, so I won't sing because we also lost an hour. Yeah, But I'm happy to see you all. I am recognizing the faces, even though many people like me have gotten gray hairs that didn't have gray hair when I left here. For those who are not here, I was assistant priest here between 1994 and the year 2000. We have lost a few, and may they rest in peace. Yeah. Monsignor, good to see you. Sisters, good to see you. I mean, I'm looking at Emmanuel Ijewere and I'm saying to myself, hey, don't old though. But I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to see you here. I was speaking with 2 weeks ago with Professor Ben Apati. You remember? Yes, and we were reminiscing about those days and how, unfortunately, how bad things have become. None of us would have dreamt that 22 years after, that things would have gotten so bad. None of us would have dreamed that. But this is where we are. And let me say, when Senator Ajegbo was introduced, they didn't mention the fact that you were the president of Nigerian Catholic Lawyers. Was that mentioned? You don't write it in your CV. That's the most important thing in your CV. President of Nigerian Catholic Lawyers is the most important thing in your CV. Please go and put, if you don't remember, put that. It's there. Yeah, because I was instrumental to the founding of the Catholic Lawyers Association. So it's very important for me that he was one of the pioneer presidents. In Nigeria. Let me congratulate the Catholic Men's Guild for continuing this. This annual conference was on when I was around here, and it has continued. Did you do this during the COVID-19? No, you couldn't. The last one was 2019. Congratulations for being able to host this one. Nigeria. And then when you talk about, what our role is as Christians that need to be interrogated really, indeed, as the church said, we have not made any serious, significant impact as Christians in the political evolution of Nigeria, which is unfortunate, right? Yet, Christians have served at various levels. Christians have served at various levels, including Christians in Church of the Assumptions, Falomo. But we have not made significant impact. And it is not for lack of teaching, because the Catholic social teaching, the Christian social teaching is perhaps the most well put together curriculum for political education, for democratic evolution. In fact, there are Pentecostal churches that are daily coming to learn from us. In 1996, I wrote a book called The Prophetic Church, where I outlined the principles of the Catholic social teaching and what we can do in our Nigerian circumstance. I know a number of general overseers of Pentecostal churches that are using that book now to train them because they didn't have any such thing. But we have, for 130 years, we have had Catholic social teachings that is supposed to help any country become not only democratic, but more humane, where the common good is well taken care of. However, it does appear to me that when we Christians, and particularly we Catholics, get to power, we become as blind as other people and throw away this treasure that we have or completely neglect it. Now it is time for a change. Actually, the change that is upon us, the imperative for change is such that if we do not change, we will die. My comments will be made from that point of view. Nigeria, as we all know, is today teetering precipice. All the indices of state failure are in place. All. Our lawyers are here. The level of impunity, the level of executive lawlessness, the level of criminality in high places and in low places is such that no country can survive for much longer under such circumstances. When an organism is rotting away, an organism, a living organism, can only take a certain degree of rot before it collapses. Right? A living organism it's only a matter of time. This organism called Nigeria is collapsing. I heard somebody on TV recently saying, oh, they said it like that. In 1993, they said the country will soon collapse. It didn't collapse. In 2015, they said the country will collapse, it should collapse. Well, don't stretch your luck too far. We cannot continue like this indefinitely because an organism can only take a certain degree of rot, after which the organism will collapse. The state is failing at an alarming rate. Those of us who know that a lot of our farming, agricultural produce come from the north, right? Many of us know that. And we know that few people can go to farm in Borno State, in Yobe State, in Adamawa State, in Katsina State, in Bauchi State today. Few people can go to farm. So, in the next few years, there will be serious famine in this country. Some of our best professionals in the world today, those who are running the affairs of the world today, are young people. Some of our best professionals have gone out of the country. This year alone, we are speaking of thousands of doctors that have gone out. Thousands of nurses that have gone out. In fact, just go to the UK embassy. Anybody that has any qualification related to medicals. The NHS in the UK needs so many professionals that just anybody that has any certificate related to medicine, within a month or two is going to get a visa because they are looking for. Canada is looking for. And Nigeria has spent the little resources we have to train these people, and they are taking the benefits to other countries. From IT specialists to medical specialists, and so on and so forth. Begging to serve other countries. And those that are not so qualified are begging to be sex slaves in Libya or in Saudi Arabia, dying in the Mediterranean Sea. And while we are saying all this, the ravages of corruption continue. That while we are suffering under the weight of a collapsing or collapsed economy, the sensibilities of the Nigerian people continue to be further insulted daily by the string of revelations about monumental corruption. Monumental corruption by officials of a government that started by saying they were fighting corruption. And daily our country is borrowing. As I was coming, the obedient candidate, Governor Obi, told me that we may be borrowing like 1 trillion every month to maintain ourselves and to loot away. Not for future development, but to steal and to loot and to waste. Corruption has become so institutionalized and so normalized that nearly every position of the country of leadership is poisoned and polluted. The ruling class of Nigeria, the Nigerian ruling class, by which I don't just mean the president and the governors, the Nigerian ruling class is perhaps among the most opportunistic and rapacious ruling classes in the world. The Nigerian ruling class has continued to reinvent itself and reinvigorate itself and seize every opportunity to violate and devalue the people that they claim to serve. They have so shamelessly exploited the people's poverty, so callously manipulated the people's illiteracy, and so brazenly weaponized the people's ignorance that it is not in the interest of the ruling class in Nigeria to make any serious investment in quality education for the people, such as was made in Anambra State some years back. No wonder that universities can be closed for 3, 4, 5 months, and we have continued business as usual. Which sane people ever does that? That schools and universities are closed for 3, 4 months and we are carrying on business as usual? Nobody does that. Because you are playing with fire. For young people who are 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 to be at home doing nothing for 3, 4, 5 months, and you say there is a future for that country? Let me seize this opportunity, as I have done in recent times in a number of places, to remind the unrepentant conquerors of the Nigerian people that islands of affluence cannot exist for long amidst a sea of destitution. Islands of affluence cannot exist for long amidst a sea of destitution. Yes, those who are smiling to the bank, and indeed people are smiling to the bank after putting us in this mess, they must be reminded that in the process of evolution, those who are evolutionary scientists know this, in the process of evolution, if any species is overhunting and overexploiting the very resources they depend on for their nourishment, sooner or later, natural selection will take the predator out, so as to restore some measure of equilibrium. Nature does not accept a situation of disequilibrium for long. So if the people of Nigeria are helpless, if indeed we are not helpless, but if indeed the poor people are helpless, nature will set things right. What people are talking about restructuring, for me, restructuring, all the noise about restructuring is a demand for the rule of law and equality. Equal citizenship. That's what people are talking about. Rule of law and equal citizenship. Many of those who cry of marginalization today, they do have a case. Across the country, there are clear instances of abuse and violation of the federal character principle. And in the last few years, we have witnessed, particularly under Buhari, we have witnessed bare-faced and brazen acts of nepotism and sectionalism, whereby federating units are not treated equally, rewards and sanctions are not equally applied, and appointments to the leadership position of critical organs and agencies of government are seen by many as often in blatant and reckless disregard for equity and justice. This is the reason for the cry for marginalization. The apparent lack of political will to crush the marauding bandits across the country and the near absence of any sanctions for the criminal herders that are terrorizing the population across the country, for example, have so utterly divided and polarized the population, have so much sown discord among the people who have lived together for generations. Yes, these perceived and real acts of injustice on the part of government have so terribly induced and elevated political tension across the land and precipitated so much mistrust or distrust for and resentment towards the leadership that indeed today we cannot continue to speak of the unity of Nigeria, or the unity of Nigeria is non-negotiable. We can't continue to speak of that with any measure of seriousness. I mean, if you say that, I would say, are you serious? Of course, the unity of Nigeria is negotiable. Of course, we need to discuss on what terms we are one country. Just a few days ago, a lawyer decided to go to the Supreme Court in his traditional African traditional worship attire. And he was making a point. And I have spoken to a number of lawyers in Nigeria since then, and they said, yes, there needs to be some protest. You're either running one country or not running one country. There has been blatant abuse of the concept of one nation. And we need to talk about this if we are going to move forward. Justice and the rule of law are the first conditions of humanity, not just of a country, of humanity. The law is the anchor upon which the entire system of society revolves. The widespread demand for restructuring could be seen as a blanket cover for several grievances bordering on the impressions that we do not all enjoy equal citizenship. Yes, that in Nigeria there are super citizens on the one hand who often make up the ruling class, who enjoy many rights and privileges, and non-citizens on the other hand whose experience of the state is that of pain. The experience of many people about Nigeria is that of pain and distress, and in many instances multi-generational trauma, where my father's generation suffered and my grandfather's generation suffered on account of Nigeria. But the demand for justice and equal citizenship can only be met where the rule of law is firmly in place. If the law does not rule, impunity reigns, as is largely the case with us today, whereby the state is configured to protect the rulers and their allies or kinsmen and women. We were discussing, as we're on our way here, that can you imagine somebody steals 100,000 naira or whatever, and then he's put in jail. In fact, he's locked up there for the next 3 months. Nobody talked about it. And when eventually he goes to jail, he's in prison for 2 or 3 years. Somebody steals 80 billion and gets a bail and goes home. And maybe nothing will be said about it for a long time. That situation must not be allowed to continue. Obedient. It must not be allowed to continue. Let me put it bluntly. Does any thinking Nigerian really believe that where we are today is sustainable beyond the immediate? Notwithstanding the familiar posturing of those who are benefiting the most from the ignominious system, does any discerning Nigeria, including members of the Catholic Men's Guild, really believe that as presently configured, Nigeria will survive beyond a few more years of wobbling on the precipice? Unless we change our course and do so very quickly, we would end up where we are headed. And where we are headed is a predictable disaster in one form or the other. Everything in the horizon is suggestive of an imminent implosion from Sokoto to Calabar and Maiduguri to Lagos. To avert such disaster, we must now wake up from our slumber. We must now take the bull by the horn. We must now summon the courage to address the major cracks and crevices in our structural arrangements, in our perception and regard of the rule of law and of equal citizenship, in our leadership recruitment processes, and in what priority we are called to leadership integrity and accountability. It is time to take a look at the recommendations of the different national conferences we have had between 1999 and now. We had one in 1985. We had one in 1995. We have had one in 2004 and 14 and so on and so forth. It's time to take a look. There are wonderful recommendations that have come out of those, but successive leaders have pushed them aside. It's time to take a look and begin from there and consider them low-hanging fruits. And among the things that we need to look at is the cost of governance. Stephen Oronsaye did a report that recommended massive reduction in ministries and departments and so on. We need to go much further than the Oronsaye Commission, because right now what we have is a criminal enterprise where 1% of the population is squandering the resources of the entire population, and the rest of the people are left in abject poverty. It cannot continue. We need to, in the run-up to the 2023 elections and beyond, those of us who have not given up on Nigeria must start asking. And we owe it a duty to ask, national unity at what cost? And on what terms? What really are the fundamental basis of our being together? The lawyer who went to court with traditional juju thing, he is asking a question. And it is not something to laugh about. He says, national unity on what terms? And at what costs? What are the fundamental basis of our being together? What do we hold in common? What do we agree should be our core national values and the basis of our engagement as a corporate entity? As individual politicians and political parties today jostling for power, some of us recognize that just a change of political party is not enough. A renegotiation of the terms of our union as a matter of urgency and priority national imperative is, to me, a most viable path for salvaging our sinking nation. Meanwhile, Nigerians have held several profound conversations. Like I said, the report from these should be considered low-hanging fruits. The changes we require to bring about are not superficial, but massive, fundamental, and far-reaching. But in my view, they can be summarized under three broad headings. 1, rule of law. 2, equal citizenship. 3, self-determination, or what has been described as devolution of powers. We must trace our steps and begin to ask questions. We must summon the courage to discuss openly and frankly the very thorny issues of religion and state of origin. We have shied away from discussing it, but we must openly discuss what is the place of religion in national governance, if any. What role should religion play? What is the role of state of origin or state of residence in national governance? And resolve on whether we want to live under a monarchical theocracy of some sort, or we want to live together as a modern federal, democratic, multi-ethnic, and multi-religious entity founded on the principles of justice, equity, mutual respect. If we do not resolve these issues, these thorny issues once and for all, I will humbly submit that we allow any geographical entities desiring to secede to do so peacefully. We don't need to shoot a gun. To do so peacefully, for as presently constituted, time is running out for us. We need a network of thinking Nigerians from north to south who are prepared to engage in a wholesale, peaceful revolt against a degenerate governance system that is daily inflicting fatal wounds on the people and turning the impoverished masses against themselves in an orgy of violence. We need a network of thinking Nigerians, and here, those of us who have been formed by the Catholic social teaching, we should be champions of this. Engage in a peaceful revolt and the mobilization of grassroots people against a leadership recruitment process that has been suffocated by street thugs. I mean, you are here in Lagos in large numbers, but I am told that there is not a single Christian in the Lagos House of Assembly. Did you know that? I am told there's not a single Christian in the Lagos House of Assembly. I read that recently. Now, Falomo, Church of the Assumption, Falomo is one of the biggest and oldest churches in this place. Who from this church is in the Lagos State House of Assembly? See yourself now. All these churches in the Lagos Island, Our Lady of Perpetual Help, the Church of the Assumption, Divine Mercy in Lekki, Holy Cross, and so on, St. Michael's. Can you think of anybody from any of these churches in the Lagos House of Assembly? Do you now see where we belong? Obedient. Can you see that there is work to do? Yes, a political system that is suffocated by street thugs, and Lagos is a good example, by street thugs, cult gang leaders, internet fraudsters, ex-convicts, ethnic bigots, religious extremists, known rogues, and treasury looters, and such remnants of primitive feudalism that we call political godfathers, because a society cannot have credible and honorable leaders when the process that leads to their emergence is corrupt, bankrupt, decadent, and degenerate. So, we need a network of thinking Nigerians from among Christians and also the Muslim population, and from the diverse ethnic groups across the country to help salvage our country and its people from the politics of bloodletting, greed, and acrimony that is largely superintended by shameless prostitutes of power who have often nothing to show for their stupendous wealth except that they have held political offices as legislators and governors, as ministers and board chairmen, as chief executive of federal parastatal or party chieftain. During which time, they often so callously and recklessly looted the state resources entrusted to them that soon after office, they become richer than the state or the institutions they superintended. And they have habitually used this often ill-gotten wealth to further enslave the already emasculated people, constantly recycling themselves in positions of power, habituating corruption, and normalizing violence in the landscape. Conclusion: the need for grassroots education and mobilization for real social change. It is gratifying for many of us when we watch TV and social media to see that there is a groundswell in interest to register, to the extent that INEC has to now be compelled to extend the registration period. That is very gratifying for us, because before now, I can bet that before now, this respectable elite sitting down here, maybe 1/10 of them did not have voters card. Not so? Aha. I hope you now have. And you know, one of the most insulting quotes is when they say, a people get the kind of leadership they deserve. You have heard that before? A people get the kind of leadership they deserve. I look at myself, I say, I, Reverend Father George Ehusani, I don't deserve this kind of leadership. But it is not enough for me to say that. I must do what I must to make sure I get a better quality of people who are leading. The restructuring Nigeria needs as a matter of utmost urgency is one that will demolish the ignominious system which props up such base characters for high office and begin to work on a new system that is to be founded on sound knowledge. Sound knowledge. Our guy here is reeling out statistics from one country to the other, then you say, yes, there is knowledge here. Sound knowledge. I mean, there are people who are planning to share the booty, to share the booty when they win election, but they don't even know that there is no booty to share. They don't know. They are already positioning themselves as to how they will share all the resources, but there is no resource to share. In a few years' time, who will need your oil? Countries are making serious investment in alternative power. Marie here will confirm that. So in a few years, who will need your power? Who will need your, and especially when you can't even refine your oil. Soon we won't even find people refining it for us. Because they would have moved on to better sources of energy. Let me conclude. Don't worry, you don't need to. This ignominious system has endured for too long. We need to use organizations like the Catholic Men's Guild. Yesterday was Sacred Heart, right? The Sacred Heart and Immaculate Heart of Mary, the Legion of Mary, the youths, the Diocesan Priest Association, this NCW, Catholic. Every group must now be mobilized. And we must not only be mobilized, we too must go mobilizing people so as to make sure that in the next 8 months, Nigerians are charged for a change, a peaceful change. Democracy presupposes a certain measure of education, of enlightenment. Our people are still too ignorant. That is why we are talking of ethnicity. They say, where is he from? They say he's from Obosi. Oh, Obosi people and which other people? They don't like themselves. So let's not vote for him because he's from Obosi. At that level, we are still at that level pretty much. And you will be surprised, even a professor will be arguing like that. Without such enlightenment and awareness on the part of the masses, majority rule can often camouflage the dictatorship of primitive feudal lords whose poor subjects have accepted their deplorable plight as the will of God. As the prophet Hosea said, my people die for lack of knowledge. All of us, those of you who didn't have WhatsApp before or Instagram, go and get one so that you can have a lot of young people you are educating on a daily basis. All of us must be engaged in the process of mass education. Those of us who desire wholesome change in Nigeria must go into the trenches quickly and engage the poor victims of the Nigerian leadership misadventure in the empowering process of critical social analysis and grassroots emancipation. For where there is no vision, the people do perish. Wait, Emcee. Emcee, you know the fear. Now me be chairman. I am chairman. Then Emcee is warning me. Ah. You know what I used to know. What I used to know is that chairman is the one that is the organ of the event. Next time, I will impeach the Emcee. Oh, thank
you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let us continue clapping. Let us continue clapping. Let us continue to clap. Let us continue to clap until he sits down, until his chairman sits down. Ladies and gentlemen, wow. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, wow. Please, let's put our hands together once more. You see, for those of us that know him, in fact, I don't expect anything less. He captivates his audience on any subject at any time. In fact, sir, may I ask this? Is it because you were one time secretary of the secretariat? Because the same thing with Reverend Father Matthew Kuka. And again, sir, I want to, as moderator, is there anything to moderate here, ladies and gentlemen? What can I add that he has not said? How do I break it down that he has not broken down? Ladies and gentlemen, please let us one more time put our hands together for Reverend Father Ehusani. I told you before he came, I say he's an erudite speaker. I told you, in fact, go and pick up the book, Nigeria, the Years of the Locust. If you see what he wrote in fact, I cannot even paraphrase it. I wanted to do some, but I'm just going to let this message sink in. Ladies and gentlemen, sir, we want to thank you. We want to thank you for what you have done today, for the teachings, in fact, you have fed us. Those of us from the academic world will say, we have eaten, we have drank. In fact, it's to sit down and digest on what you have said. But I have one more request to make to you, sir. Please, sir, if we can get a copy of the lecture so that we can upload it, particularly for those of us who have been following you for a long time, so that we can keep it and refer to it. We are most grateful, sir. So, ladies and gentlemen, we move on quickly. I'm going to call the next speaker. He's our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Obedient Dr. Peter Obi. Dr. Peter Obi. Please keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. You are welcome, sir.
Please be seated. I'm sure you have listened to the keynote. So I'm just going to be one of those who are going to discuss it. Let me, the Reverend Monsignor and the Reverend Fathers that are here, the Reverend Sisters, very dignitaries, the VIPs, everybody, let me borrow that kind Nigerian word, all protocols duly observed. Mine is, first is most sincerely apologize that we came in here late. I was telling the chairman at the airport that it's God that made it possible that we're traveling together, because as a politician, they wouldn't have believed me. If I had come and said it's flight, they would say, that's how they talk. But since chairman was involved, they will believe that it's flight through. You know. And somebody said, they invited me months. There's no way I told Father, there's no way I would have missed this event. Because the invitation came from a place where I cannot say no. If you know how I've invited for this occasion, this invitation came through my wife. And her position is, this is my parish. Let me not hear you anywhere that day. Drops it. And this morning I had to borrow Father George to speak to her that I'm running late. It's not me. You know, Father George, please speak. I even said, can't I pass through the house and have breakfast? Say, go there first. When you finish, you come home and eat. It's okay. So I thank you for the occasion, and I thank the organizers, and I thank Father George for what you've done. Wonderful work. Whenever you sit down and reflect what is happening in Nigeria, the only thing you can feel is sad and pain. I was talking to Father George at the airport, and I told him, I said, I sat down yesterday with one of the people I consider very influential in the North, you know. And I showed him, I said, he's his friend. So he knows him very well. And I said to him, let me come and see you. He said, no, Peter. I said, I'll come and see you. I want us to sit down and talk about Nigeria. And I went to his house, and I want to read out. He tweeted it, and so sort of those who followed tweet will know what's it. So after I visited him, see my phone acting funny now. So I went to him, and I said, Sorry, just 1 minute, and after this one, there won't be any of such again. And after I visited him, he tweeted, he said, I spent valuable time with Mr. Peter Obi this morning. I wish to those who see him as ethnic candidate to get to know him better. I also wish to those who try to sell him, tone down their ethnic identity. I hope this nation will see and listen to this candidate. Revolution is coming. Because I sat down to him, I said, listen. I told him, I said, you think this is issue of tribe or issue of religion? No. Can you show me the roads where that is paid for Muslims to drive through so I can pass through it? Can you show me where Muslims buy bread cheap? Can you show me those where there's so much no poverty for Muslims so we can go there and live? I said, the president is from Katsina. I visited Katsina. People were living in fear. Even more fearful than my state. So it is not issue of religion. It is not issue of tribe. That is what we politicians use to continue the confusion called Nigeria. There's no country in the world today, like Father George has said, who have this collection on who would be where we are that will not have the problems we're facing. You have over 100 million people living in poverty. From the World Bank report just released 2 weeks ago, 7 million will be added to it. So soon you have about 110 million living in poverty. There's no way you won't have problem. I say it every day, you have more people living in poverty than the 2 biggest countries of the world combined. China and India is 2.8 billion, but you have more people living in poverty than 2 of them combined, and you're just 200. There's no way you won't have crisis. We have the highest unemployment in the world. When you check the population, you have 35% unemployment combined by underemployment, because so many people today, the income they earn cannot do anything for them. So you have underemployment of about 25%. That is 60% underemployment, out of which 70% are your young ones in their productive age doing nothing. We have the highest drug prevalence in the world today, 14.8, when the global average is 5.7. Young men using drugs in this country. You have to have crisis. There's no way you won't have crisis. So that is the crisis you're facing, and it's beginning, because every day is getting worse. Businesses are collapsing, people don't know what to do. So the only thing they do is do something that is wrong. And nobody's doing anything, and your state is not working. Father George has just mentioned about what I was telling him about borrowing. I said, Father, you have reached a crisis situation that your country now borrows about $1 trillion every month to survive. Last year, and I give you in this year, first 5 months of last year, Nigeria borrowed or debt servicing, total revenue from January to May was $1,847 billion. We used $1,802 to service debts. That is 98%. And we're borrowing more. By our last year budget, we promised that our borrowing will be 30%. We borrowed about 60. This year, our budget is about 18 trillion. Out of which we say we're going to borrow only 6 trillion. I can assure you there's no way we can generate more than 6 trillion. So we're going to borrow 12. And you're servicing that. In the next 1 year, we will need to borrow, which is what we're doing today, because 100% of what we earn as revenue will not be enough to service our debts. Because the entire money you borrowed was for consumption. So there's no way is generating anything. And that is the crisis you face as a nation. In the past 1 year, Nigeria has not put a penny into the sinking fund for payment. Even for the young ones, they don't even know that the bonds we're issuing today are payable in 2045, 50, 55. We'll soon be issuing bonds for 60. We will all be gone by then. It's their problem and we're not saving anything to pay it. And nobody's caring. Everybody is just moving. So Nigeria is just, like I always say, it's Titanic. You know when Titanic was going under, the people on the deck where they play music was busy dancing and thinking that they are still there until everything went under. That's what is happening in this country. People are still going around as if things are normal. It is not normal. You cannot move around in Nigeria today. You can't go from Abuja to Kaduna by road, by air, by anything. No way. They'll tell you, please don't come. I was campaigning all over the north. Everywhere said, please, Peter, don't come. And people think it's normal. It is not normal. You live in a country that is totally unproductive. Country that is totally unproductive. So when we talk about good governance, where do we start? We have to examine ourselves and say, what do we need as a country? How do we start? What are we going to do? First is that your country is not productive. Every nation of the world that is making progress is productive. They're investing in the right areas that make production and everything possible. That's what I was telling Father George. I said, Father George, I was invited for this thing, but I didn't have opportunity of reading what the topic is all about. And he said to me, this is the topic. I said, okay, fine. Since you're going to speak before me, maybe from what you say, I will be one of those who will analyze it. Your country is not productive. It is not working. And that is the biggest challenge, because we are all here for consumption. We are here for celebration. All we do is sharing. Nobody cares how we're going to do anything. And I gave him instances. I said, Father, since this is the topic, let me tell you what we need to do very quickly. Here we are. Our total export, including the oil you mentioned, that is soon go. Our total export last year was under $30 billion. A country of 200 million people, $30 billion. It's totally unacceptable. I've been going to countries. Morocco, with 36 million, total export last year is over $50 billion. Vietnam, 100 million, total export, $312 billion last year. Vietnam is occupying a total land space, 331,000 square kilometers, with 100 million population. So in terms of land space, they are 1/3 of Nigeria. Nigeria is 923,000 square kilometers. They are 331. They are half of our population, they are 100. And their total export, out of which natural resources is less than 2%. What are they exporting? Manufactured goods. Vietnam is first is electronics. Number 2 is clothing. $32 billion worth of clothing. That's what they exported. Twice what we earn from oil. Number 3 is footwear. 23 billion, and we couldn't more than what we earn from oil. And we have people here who can do all that. Nobody's doing anything. And we're moving. And so are so many other countries doing the same thing. Nigeria is not doing anything. I traveled everywhere in the north. went to Niger State. Half of Niger State is occupied by terrorists, because they call them bandits. Half of Niger State. Nothing is working in Niger State. And I asked the people of Niger State, you are sitting on 76.3 square kilometers of land. Fertile land, you can't feed yourself. You can't do anything. That shows how unproductive Nigeria is. Netherlands, with 33,000 square kilometers of land, did export of food item, agricultural item, $125 billion in 1 year. You can't feed yourself. Talk about export. I went to Taraba. If you go to Taraba and see the Mambila plateau, the sand and everything, the vegetation and all that. And I asked the governor, you can do flour here. I told Father George, my interaction with the governor, you can do flour here. You can do coffee. You can do tea. But they are waiting to share it, to go and collect money. Kenya exported last year over $500 million worth of flowers. I went to the field. I watched young girls and boys picking flowers. They are being paid the least salary, $100. Just picking flowers. I was in Ethiopia. The young men working in tea farms are paid about the same amount. Last year, they exported $1.1 billion worth of tea. $1.1 billion. African country. This is no longer Western country. With all the problem in Sri Lanka, their tea export last year was $1.4 billion. So these three items can give $3 billion annually. If Taraba, with 54.4 square kilometers, decides to do it and earn 10%, is $300 million, which is almost twice their budget. They're waiting to share from oil. It's an unproductive country. So you must move this country from consumption to production immediately. And we have what it takes to do it. We have the talent, we have the resources. Except, like he said, we have gangsters all over the place. And when I say, people say, so stop using the word. I say, no. Nigeria is a case of, it's not just political class. It's a case of where lunatics took over the asylum. They're running it in a gangstering way. Everybody's guilty of it. All of us here. Like I said, I keep taking my reference to Father George this morning. Say, Father George, I've been a governor. This is the only country that will celebrate criminality. Everybody, including the church. They're not exempted. This is the only country you vote P2B in. Everybody knew he doesn't have a house in Ikoyi. When we voted him in, I was living in Festac when I became governor. So everybody knew where I lived. And suddenly he buys a mighty house in Ikoyi, running into billions. Decorates, furnishes everything, and invites the church for housewarming. The church comes in, they are praying for him. Wishing him wherever he got to this thing, they want him to build more. The people, the church people all over the place, waiting to eat and drink, and are praising him. They know where the money came from. It's known to everybody. Because you're saying what the church, the role of the church. They know where the money came from. But instead of calling police and saying, this man has stolen our money, they are the ones celebrating it. This is the country where I was governor. You come late to church. Church. They go and keep an empty seat in front for somebody who is not in the church. The seat is empty. He comes in the middle of the church. He's walking to the front. Nobody cares. If possible, the priest will stop talking and be welcoming him for coming late. And the church people will be clapping and calling him, if he has nickname like me, Okute. Hey, this man came late. Let comers stay at the back. But we refuse to do it. And when I tell people, listen, you can't go in front because you're late. So when Father George said about impunity, it is a place where impunity, rascality, and bad behavior have become a measure of success and power. You can't use it, the wrong measure. This man came late. And we know we have young ones growing up who are learning what this man is doing and think that is how to live. So you have to come late. This is what I was telling Father George when he told me about this topic. I said, there's so many things you can stop. So if they have to push people for Peter to pass, that should have power. Even if it's old people, push them down. So the rascality is allowed. You are queuing up. People say, come in front. No, you can't queue there. No, you're not part of. No, Governor, we don't want you to stay here. Obito, come in front. Why will you go in front? You are queuing where you're supposed to queue. These are little things that is missing here that makes our country the opposite of what it should be. Because of it, the man who steals your 80 billion, of course, it is better for him to steal it and settle those who will settle and go home. Do you know what it means? 80 billion. 80 billion by official area is $200 million. You see people today sharing dollars in Nigeria. All over the place. And nobody's asking the question. In fact, everybody is going to collect his own. Nobody is saying, this thing we're doing, one of the greatest measures of your economic stability is your currency. Today, Nigeria has been dollarized. And Nigerians are celebrating those we voted into power who have no means of earning dollar. They cannot show us means of earning dollar. If you do that anywhere in the world, they will ask you to show evidence of your dollar earning in the past 5 years, including relevant taxes paid. But it was being shared in public. But we are arresting young boys who have laptop. But we have people who are sharing, people who have. We're asking people to pay 100 million naira, 40 million naira to buy form. In a country, Nigerian per capita is 2,000. American per capita is 75,000. Because Nigerian economy, as you know, is $400 billion GDP versus American GDP of 22 trillion. Yet, you cannot pay $2,000 to buy form to contest the election in America. But they are charging you here in Nigeria $200,000 to buy form, to be governor. That's what Father is saying. You're owing lecturers. You're negotiating with bandits. You see governors going to negotiate with bandits. But they are not negotiating with lecturers. And everybody is keeping quiet. Because it's not important. The global average intake admission of higher school intakes is 38%. In the Western world, it's at 8%. Nigeria is 9%. We're not even achieving a quarter of the global average. And that is a problem. Because you don't care for those areas you need to care. Father was talking about my trip to Israel. I said, Father, we're talking about power. It's so difficult. All of you here, Nigerians, everybody in Nigeria knows the amount that is being generated. Everybody knows about national grid. Everybody knows everything about power. You don't hear it in any other country. You just put on your light and put off. But here, we know everything about the operation. And yet, we don't have the power. This country used to generate in the 60s, over 1,000 megawatts of electricity. In the 60s, the first time this country borrowed money was in 1964, when we borrowed money from World Bank, $82 million to build the Kainchi Dam. You need to go and see the letter written by the Prime Minister and the reply of World Bank. That is going to build to generate 760 megawatts of electricity when Nigeria was probably 10% of its population today. Almost 60 years after, we can't generate more than 4,000. The second biggest economy in Africa, South Africa, is generating 54,000. And you can't generate 4. And there's 60 million. The third biggest economy in Africa is generating 58,000, Egypt. I was just showing Father again how I went to Egypt and what happened, why I went to Egypt. I told him that even the next day I had to leave because they were telling me, you stay and meet the president, meet them. I said I didn't come to meet them. I've done what in Egypt, at all time, they must hold 50% excess power to what they need. In Egypt. It's recorded. Total need for power in Egypt is 30,000 megawatts. Total production is 58. But they must hold always 45,000. Always. I went through the system from the plant to the companies that built it to every of the operation and everything that is happening and how it's detailed, how they're watching it and what is happening. And you ask yourself, what is wrong with here? What did we do wrong? You know, is it prayers? Or do we go and hire native doctor? What are we going to do to solve this problem? We have to combine everything to get it right. What are we going to, what is wrong here? What is shocking is that Egypt built their power plant. You can go and Google, for those of you who read, 3 countries of the world built the fastest power plant in the past 5 years. Egypt, Vietnam, and India. That's why I decided to go to Egypt, because they built the fastest one. They were able to double their power in 5 years from 20 megawatts to 50-something thousand. And what did they do? They said they found out in their study that power was one of the causes of, call it revolution, call it riot, in 2012-2013. Because small businesses have no power and they collapse. And they joined it. So they decided we must get power. So it became part of national security. And they were doing it. Vietnam have doubled from 36 to 76. That's why they are doing manufacturing. And you ask yourself, what is difficult? I went to the companies that built it. From the companies that talk to the financiers. All of them are willing to do the same thing. And I asked all of the companies, because they're talking to Nigeria. I said, but I thought you were talking to Nigerian government. They told me they will be having meeting with Nigerian government for the past 3 years. Every time they come is a meeting. And they come and go. I'm telling you, this is me now. I'm telling. They said, when they told us you were coming, we just received you because you said you want to know what we're doing. We cannot, They told me that in Egypt, it took them 1 month from beginning of the talk to conclusion of the talk. And the highest person in the land was involved. And his position is, tell me what you need. I don't want to go via any company. I want to deal direct with you, Siemens, in Germany. Would you have this? You have this? You have this? Can you get this thing? I'm going to give a sovereign guarantee, no variation, no nothing. 1 month. They said Nigeria is meeting upon meeting, committee upon committee. And each of those committees do what? They collect money, buy house in Ikoyi, and then invite us as church members. And we've said that the man is doing well. And one of us will agree. My dear people, as I conclude, the real problem is all of us. It is time for all of us to decide that we must have a country. That we must take back our country. And that will start from recruitment process. Today, we have people who want to be president. We have people who want to be governors. Who wants to be senators. Who wants to be everything. It is time to start scrutinizing. This Mr. Obi, who is he? Don't say he's a Catholic. There's no Catholic in it. There's no church. I've not seen where Catholics buy bread cheaper. If you know where, show me. Neither have I seen where Pentecostals buy things cheaper. Buy rice, anything cheaper. So let's remove church from it. The question is, Mr. Obi, don't look at his tribe. Those who think Peter Obi is contesting because it's an Igbo man, an Igbo turn. There's no turn here. The turn here is who will fix this problem. So, it is not his turn. So, let's put Mr. Obi on the scale. Let's put Mr. Obi on the scale. Where is he coming from? This thing he's talking, because we have people who can speak good English here and who can talk well. This thing he's talking, where did he do it before? Do they have this thing? Do we know him and everything? Let's interrogate even mothers, his family and everything. It's not enough to say the man is this, the man. Let's start from there. This man who says he's going to be governor. Don't look at what you're going to benefit. All of us are benefited. All of us are going down every day. Things are worsening every day. I know people who can't go to their village now, yet they're big men in Lagos. No, you can't tell me that. If your territory has been taken away, and you say you're a big man, where? You're just waiting for them to come here and chase you out of here. Because that's what they go. They go from one territory to the other. If you think this place is safe today, quote me, it won't be safe next year. Because they capture this one, you run to this one, they capture it, one, they chase you away. So, let's ask ourselves a question. Let those who want to serve us now come and tell us what they want to do. It is not good to write things in paper and share us and say you're doing this and everything. Let's engage them. The last people, we didn't engage them. So when we started saying, you said this, say, show me where I said it. No. Come and tell us what you want to do. Come and tell us how you're going to get the resources and what you want to do. It is not a difficult thing. We have borrowed money. Your country has borrowed in the past. When Obasanjo left government, it will shock you. Nigeria was owing only 3 trillion naira. 3 trillion naira. Today our debt is 60 trillion. Without anything to show for it. Of course, you saw the publication. You saw the publication they released. The publication says 41.9 trillion. They didn't include ways and means from central bank there. If they include 60 trillion, so your debt today is about 120-something billion 30-something% of your GDP without anything to show for it. There's nothing wrong in borrowing. Every country of the world borrows. Not one country have I seen that is not borrowing. Everyone on each of them is owing a lot of money. We celebrate America. They're owing 100% of their GDP, almost. We celebrate. People refer to Singapore every day. Singapore debt to GDP is over 130%. Japan is 230. Everybody, even Norway, that have the highest sovereign wealth fund of $1.4 trillion, they're still owing 50% of their GDP. But what you do with borrowing is what makes a difference. That is why our debt service to ratio to revenue is very high. South Africa is owing. South African debt to GDP is over 75%. But their debt servicing ratio to revenue is only 20%. Egypt is 40%. But ours is 90-something% because we threw away the money. Nobody can find where that money is. In fact, from my experience of what happened in Egypt, if we had spent, out of $120 billion we're owing, if we have spent just $20 billion in power, we'll be generating about 30,000 megawatts. A quarter of what we have borrowed and thrown away. And I can show you countries that borrowed. Yes, I was in Bangladesh in 2008, 2010. In 2010, Bangladesh GDP was $115 billion. We are owing $36 billion. Between $36 and $45 billion were their debt then. It was about 36%. It was $45 billion. That's what they own. Their per capita was $707. Nigeria then, our per capita was $2,250. 2010. Our GDP was $375. And our debt was less than 10%. So we're owing less than $30 billion in 2010. Today, Bangladesh GDP is $340 billion. Their per capita, which is tripled, their per capita is now 2,050, which means it's tripled. Their debt is equally tripled. Their debt went down to about 114, 115. But because their GDP had grown higher, in percentage terms, it came down to about 32. But look at our own. Our debt had gone up to about 30%, from about $30 billion to $120 billion. And our per capita is now 1,980. So we lost about almost 10 to 15% of our per capita from 2010 and now. In fact, it's far more than that for the World Bank calculation. And that means we throw more people into. So it's not about borrowing. It's what you borrow the money for. Countries after countries borrow money. But here, like what they are doing every month now, first 5 months of this year, January to May, I don't know June, when June comes, then they'll tell us how much they've taken. January to May, we've borrowed $2,280 billion naira and $2 billion. So they were borrowing an average of 700 to 1 trillion every month. For what? Nobody knows. And nobody cares. All you see is people are buying new vehicles. People are building new houses. The church and the mosque are celebrating them. And I can tell you, it might not be in Falomo, but I'm telling you what I'm seeing, what has happened to me. My dear people, it is time for us to stand up and say, we cannot continue this way. It is time for us to look at these people's face and say, no. I was telling a group of people this morning, my experience as a governor, I saw it. The waste is unacceptable. There's nowhere in the world that government people live the way government people live here. America, that we use as an example, California is the biggest state in America. 3.3 trillion economy. 8 times Nigerian economy. The governor of California cannot use 5 vehicles. He will be removed that day. That day. If they see him in 5 vehicles that day, he will not be there. If he charters a private jet from California to Washington, before the plane lands, he will no longer be the governor. It costs to charter plane from our airport to Abuja $12,500. That is about 7 million naira. For a trip that the airline will charge you 50,000 naira. No same person does that except because of waste. It is not possible. But people are doing it. People are doing it with public money. And all we do is to clap for them and say they are doing well and call them His Excellency. Wait a minute. What is excellent in this? It's madness. And nobody cares. So I suffered it as a governor. So you go all over the place. He was there when I was telling the chief of staff, former chief of staff this morning. I said, you used to be there. When I come, the president will be shouting at me, nobody is happy with you, Peter. You seem to be doing well, but your people are not happy with you. I said, Mr. President, wait a minute. I never promised anybody happiness. I don't know why it's harassing my life. I promised to fix school. No happiness. I promised to fix school. I promised to fix the health. No happiness. And it wasn't part of my... Okay. He even said it in front of him. They said it. There was a time they would tell me, why don't you gather these people for a dinner or drink and everything? I said, Mr. President, I don't run a restaurant. I won't call them. Because the drink they drink, I can't afford. That's the money we need to feed schools. The money I will use to entertain them for one night will build 3 or 4 classrooms for me. So I'd rather they are happy and we do the classrooms. And then, of course, the consequences that people call you all sorts of names. He's stingy, he's this, he's that. But it's public money. We're not talking about Peter's money. It's public money. It's not my money. I don't own the money. It is their money. It's money you've entrusted to manage. And even the church is celebrating it. If you come, you don't bring it. It's like, we can't understand this man. I said, listen, which money is this people giving you? Universities are closed. Lecturers are not paid. This is the only place a local government counselor earns more money than a professor. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. Professors today in Stanford earn more money than the governor of California. In this place, professors are paid $400,000. They're even being owed that money. And then you're paying counselors. So you now see a legislator. They say he bought money, cars, to share to people. And they say he's doing well. Somebody that's supposed to be making law is now sharing car. And they're showing it in social media. And they see church people, because there's a lot of church people now blessing it and worshiping him on the cars. They will give some to the churches even. And they will accept it. That is the crisis we face as a nation. So when we talk about good governance and the church being involved, we are all guilty. The church, please. When we mean the church, is the laity. Monsignor and fathers are only doing what? They're only helping us to worship, to seek the face of God. But the laity is the church. And the problem is the laity. Because they are the ones clapping when there's criminality is being in the crime. So somebody has committed crime and we are clapping and hailing him for being good. It's more, hey, this man is doing better than, this Oga. This guy has been in this church since he's just donated 10 million. This man has just donated 10 million in church. He asked him, nobody says, this man who brought 10 million, what does he do for a living? Where is his office? Nobody. Oh, he has a private jet. We have almost 150 private jets in Nigeria. 90% of the owners don't have a daytime job. No office. Well, ask. I'm telling you now. Quote me at this in paper. No office. No paper. That is the corruption. That is the confusion. And nobody cares about that. And they come to church and tell you the man owns the private jet. But nobody says, well, this is his factory. This is what he's producing. This is what he's selling. Nobody asks that question. What is P2B selling? What is his business? That's what they've asked you anywhere in the world. In Nigeria, nobody cares to ask that about question. The question is that if you go to the man's house, hi, his house is fantastic. Let's talk about this man and his house is fantastic. What does he do for a living? Where is his factory? How many people is he employing? Where is his office? He goes to Abuja on Monday and comes back on weekend, calling people on phone. That is his job. Daytime is sleeping. At night he's moving around creating confusion. That is what's in Nigeria. And we're celebrating it. Church, wake up. You are the church. You must wake up and stop that criminality. That's what Nigeria requires. That's what we need to do. That's why we must say, Ijewere, you see this man here? See this man here? It's not because he's here. I can tell he's a good man. I served with this man in Jonathan's economic team. Ask him. There's only a few of us who say no. He will always say no where he doesn't believe in. Say, oh, God, listen. People will just keep quiet. No. That's what we're looking. And I had government people. What we're looking for is people to say no. Father George is saying it. Mike Ajebo here is my senior in school. I didn't even meet him in secondary school. He went to my secondary school. But throughout the time I was governor, I was telling Father George this morning that I was very lucky. That I get people like him come to my office and say, Peter, you can't do this. And an elderly woman who was my senior in secondary school, it was an opposite when I was in class 1. And by mistake, I put him in an office there, who walks into my office every morning, not telling me I'm governor, but saying to me, what a clear. And I was like, what is it, Senior Vivi now? He would say, who told you to sign this? Who told you to sign this? And she was a mother. She was everything to me. But every day people say, Vivian Wando will go to heaven for what she did. To me, I'm governor. He never called me His Excellency one day. It's always, this boy, don't listen. Well, who told you to do this? But that courage to say no to me made a whole lot of difference. Because everybody you meet is telling you, you're wonderful, you're doing wonders, you're doing this. And that's what we are doing. We do it even in the church, praising criminals, praising people we know they have no means of livelihood. Please, my dear people, let's stop this abuse. The society we are abusing today will take its revenge on our children and our grandchildren. God bless you for inviting me.
Please, can we keep clapping? Let's keep clapping. Let's keep clapping until he sits down. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, sir, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard from the man himself. We have heard, that is Peter Obi for you, live and direct. Obedient. Yes, sir. May I, at this junction, introduce the lady chairman, please?
Dr. Peter Abidi said the laity should wake up. So let me quickly introduce the laity chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our midst today Mr. Ken Olisa, is the laity chairman, Catholic Church of the Assumption, Falomo. One laity, one church, so we know who to hold. At these junctions, Excellency. So I don't call His Excellency Peter Obi, I just say Dr. Peter Obi. Because it appears he does not, Mr. Okay, he likes. You know, before I told you about one association, Stingy Men Association. And I told you I was a member. Shishi will not they give. But we give to a worthy cause. So you have heard Dr. Peter Obi. I'm sure he forgot to mention the 1 billion check he wrote for the hospital that was built in Anambra State. And today, the hospital, they are still treating and operating on people, although he has not benefited directly. But the good people of Anambra State, they have benefited from that wise decision. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together once again for Dr. Peter Obi. We move on quickly. There's a lot to be said about Peter Obi, but we'll keep that for later. We move on quickly. We call the next speaker, Barrister Liboros Oshoma. Liboros Oshoma. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I am not a man of protocols, so please, I will borrow the same Nigerian parlance to stand on existing protocols. You are overwhelmed when called to speak after Mr. Peter Obi. You ask yourself, is there anything really to say about Nigeria that had not been said? But I will not, a lot have been said about the problems, the challenges, and I won't dwell on the problems. I won't talk about the challenges because I talk about these things every day. Now people call me, some people say me the advocate, because I'm advocating about these challenges every day. But I would want to talk to us, the church. God cannot come down to do for us that which he has empowered us to do for ourselves. And I always ask the young ones, if your vote no they count, nobody go buy them. They pay. Yesterday we were analyzing the Ekiti election and how money has changed hands. But one thing is sure, you can't rig election in a place where you are not popular. And if you don't have a PVC, nobody would buy your votes because you don't even have a vote. So I want to ask the usual question that we ask these days. If you have your PVC, I want to see your hand up. Please clap for yourselves. Because this is the first time in many years I'm seeing almost everybody in a hall like this have PVCs. I also want to say I like we call it PVC tsunami. I like the new rave, the PVC tsunami that is going on. Why you need resilience to register for PVC? I've been a volunteer for INEC for years to distribute PVCs, but you need patience to collect the PVC. Because of the systemic structures, the systemic issues that are intentionally created by ineptitude to make sure that you don't get that card. And then tomorrow INEC comes out We have about 3 million PVCs uncollected. The sorting, the collection is usually more rowdy than the registration. So it is not a 100-meter dash, it's a marathon. Don't get fatigued. And do you know, let's understand what political leadership is. You are not a human being if government says you are not a human being. Yes, that's how important it is. You are not even educated if government does not say you are. Everything, that's why they give you birth certificates, they give you your graduation certificate. Without that, they question your education. You say you graduate, where are your certificates? You are not even a businessman if the government says you are not. You need to register your business, certificate of incorporation. So, if you understand all of this, you will not tell yourself, you don't concern me who lead us. Because these are the people that will determine whether you live, whether you're a human being, whether you register your business, whether your child will go to school. So when we leave out people, we leave on election day, we are either at the car stand or newspaper stand, reading and analyzing what is going on. Oh no, I don't think Peter Obi will win. This is not his time. Tinubu might carry the day. But meanwhile, what he needs is your vote. You are there analyzing. And the old market woman, it's at the polling unit, queuing up to determine who will lead you and who determines whether you live or die. In 2015, everybody came up, like Peter Obi had said, we didn't ask the questions. I will get there. There were questions nobody bothered asked. All we wanted a change. Today, the cost of living in Nigeria is increasing. The universities are on strike. We import almost everything, despite the abundance of arable land and natural resources. Insecurity, all of these problems are with us. We know them. But the problem is, less than 50% of our religious faithful who bear the brunt of this violence, lack of governance, are waiting for a pastor, imam, or a Jerry Rollins to come down from heaven or to come from somewhere, a knight in shining armor, and kill all the leaders and tell you, yeah, take a glory in Nigeria. It doesn't happen anywhere. That's why the politicians will tell you that it's not given a la carte. You have to fight for it. Our take-home pay can hardly take us across Third Mainland Bridge for those of us that live on the mainland, not to talk of even taking you home. Today, you have the politicians. What are our questions? What are we asking them? What is the agenda? What are your realizable plans and program? Dates, timeline. Nobody's asking. All we are debating is, are you obedient? Are you articulated? Are you a Batian? Nobody's asking what are their proposed plans and reforms on the concurrent and exclusive legislative list. What are their plans about the general welfare of the people? How do they intend to alleviate poverty? Where have they alleviated poverty before? Nobody's asking. What is the value and dignity of human lives to them? What have been their position about wealth creation? Where have they created wealth before? Apart from sharing money during election, what has been their stand on the Land Use Act, fiscal federalism, state policing, fuel subsidy, unbundling of Nigeria, separation of power? We're not asking these questions. Separation of religion from the state. Have they been paying lip service to all of these issues? Terrorism, open grazing, police reforms, subsidizing pilgrimage, our population, local government, legislative and judicial autonomy. We are not asking, even the church is not asking these questions. Now you are a candidate. Please, these are the challenges facing us. If we vote you, what do you intend to do about all of these things? Because we all know the problems. We all know the solution. but we shy away when we are confronted with the candidates. And just recently, somebody called me, said, Liboros, you must be obedient. I said, no. I want to sit down with Peter Obi and ask him all of these questions before I become obedient. And I'm asking him, I will ask him today. So, it's important for me, and I want it to be important to you. Otherwise, like 2015, change. And at the end of the day, like Peter Obi has said, you said, oh, you promised this. I said, no, I wasn't the one that promised it. It was my party. Buhari said all of these things. My party promised it, not me. He will come, they will shout change, they will raise his hands, APC, and the word shout change. And Nigerians said, we're telling stories about him, and we never waited for him to talk to us, tell us how we intend to do them. So please, let's not fall into that same trap. When we have opportunities like this, let us engage and interact the candidates from local governments, governorship, to houses of assemblies, to Senate, House of Rep. What are your plans? But do you know why we don't ask these questions? We don't debate them. Because those of us that are privileged to call ourselves the middle class, we create alternatives. We have a way of creating alternatives. As Swiss on strike, you send your children abroad or to private schools. So it no concern you. They like me at the house for 1 year. But you forget that those your brothers and your neighbors' children that are at home will end up being the bandits and the criminals that will disturb your children tomorrow, no matter where you train them. I had a client who invited 2 of his sons, one in London, one from America. I was trying to, elderly man Otumba was showing his children his houses in the event that anything happened. After looking at some of the properties in GRA, Ikeja, one of the sons says, Dad, I'm tired. What are you doing with all of this? Why don't you sell them and give them to charity? We got to hotels, Tumba started crying. I said, Tumba, sir, why? He said, if these children know what I went through to get these properties. And here he's telling me I should sell. Because some of these children you are bringing up today do not care. So all these building castles in the air for them, some of them will sell. As soon as you are gone, they will offload to the next buyer. I told my friend, he just called me. I told him recently. I said, look, some of these Adenuga's properties everywhere today, some young boys will come buy them tomorrow. If you like, continue to build castles in the air. I remember recently, Chief Emcee Abiola's bedroom, we're holding meetings, NGO meetings, in his bedroom today. And I asked myself, I said, I can imagine this, as big as this used to be a big man's bedroom. But what will he be remembered for? Not the houses, but the people he impacted. So we don't debate these things because we create alternatives. There are no roads, we buy SUVs. There are lack of infrastructures, we queue up on the embassies. We want to japa. You face social challenges and ineptitude as a result of lack of good governance. You cut corners in the office to make your own money, buy your own SUV, build your own house. And then you live in a gated community, prison, with securities. But you forget that the day it will happen, just like the NSAS, some of these people living in Lekki in gated communities, a lot of them ran away. Because if you believe in not concern me, concern me, those children, those people that you failed to take care of, a time will come, they will take care of you. And what can we do? Just what the church is doing now. The church must galvanize the people, especially the middle class and the low-income earner. Just the same way we galvanize people to Holy Ghost Congress. Imagine during elections, the way we go to Holy Ghost Congress, online service, and all of this revival, crusade. The church organize everybody like that to say, now, this church, everybody that is of voting age must vote. Everybody. If you go to the north, if they invite religious leader, the Sultan of Sokoto will represent them. If they invite traditional leaders, the Sultan of Sokoto will represent them. But down here, your king will represent traditional leaders, and then the bishops and our archbishop will represent religious leaders. We must, the Emcee talked about the role of Christians, whether Christians should join politics, or the role separating the church from politics. They are two different things. They are two different things. Adedibu once asked Ladoja, he said, you say you want to become governor. Can you lie against somebody and put your hand in the Holy Quran and swear that it is the truth? Ladoja said no. He said, can you argue? Can you fight naked in public? He said no. He said, can you kill? He said no. He said, then you are not ready to be a Nigerian politician. Because good people decide, Christians decide to leave politics thinking, oh, it's dirty. I don't want to get involved. But it will continually be dirty when you leave it for the likes of Emcee Oluomo. To determine, they'll say, oh, they will snatch ballot box. They can't come to your estate to snatch ballot box if you all come together and insist. Just like the TBS mega rally by the youth recently. I pity any area boy that would dare come there to say he wants to do anything. They will skin him alive. That's the power of synergy. But are we doing that? Is the church doing that? The answer is no. They've so divided us. Oh no, this man is a Catholic. He's not a redeemed. The other one is not a living faith. But we forget that it's one body of Christ. And so the church must wake up and begin to look at those people and ask, because we are the educated ones, when you leave the uneducated ones to determine who governs you, you're going to have the kind of leadership that we have. The say babas, no question. In fact, do you know that even to the judiciary, when you have uneducated people as leaders, even the quality of judges that will be appointed will be like them. They don't want, once you are intelligent, they'll say, this man will know too much. Oh. He's too independent-minded. He can't be trusted. How did the Chief Justice of the Federation get to the Supreme Court? Quote me anywhere. All he wanted, quote me, all he wanted was to be Grand Cadi. He was at the Sharia court, and they were elevating judges to the Court of Appeal. Somebody said, we need 1 or 2 Sharia judges. What of Tanko? Move him. He went upstairs. From there, we need at least 1 or 2 at the Supreme Court. Boom. They moved him. And so that was why, on the day of screening, the man was driving an aeroplane. And when you have that kind of person as a chief judge, because of the quality of leaders you have at the center, what kind of judgment do you expect from such a court? The court will forget that is a policy court. Because your judgment becomes policy. Because we say the law is what the court says it is. So when you say hijab is a fundamental right, it becomes so. So the church must wake up Instead of this, as you place revival and crusade side by side, and until we do that, we consistently and continually be dictated to by people who ordinarily should be in prison, but are leaders. Lastly, like I said, why you need resilience to register for PVC, you need patience to collect PVCs, because we are all the Ganifa enemies and the Jerry Rollins that our country needs. That's your one vote. That one vote can make a difference. At the NBA election in Ikeja, Monday Ubani won that election with just one vote. And every of us that voted for him felt, now my vote make the change. One vote. So if you decide not to vote, at the end of the day, don't blame anybody when they begin to dictate to you how you should sit, how you should eat, whether you should even eat at all, whether you should negotiate with bandits, because you refuse to play your role. I have played my role here today, and thank you very much.
Good talk. Ladies and gentlemen, Liboros Oshoma, please let's put our hands together one more for her. Quickly, just to lend credence to what he has said. Myself standing before you, I've also suffered the same fate what he has said. When I joined politics in my state, I wanted to contest the local government elections. I went there, submitted my CV. They saw it. In fact, they said you must go through the leader. I went to the leader. I didn't know how to comport myself before the leader. I didn't know I must sit on the floor when you come to the leader to show that you are loyal. When I got there, I started speaking English. He said, what school did you attend? I said, I have masters from Unilag. He said, oh, this one will not be loyal. This one knows too much. We cannot control him. In fact, from there, that was the end of the local government thing. Eventually, they now picked somebody who was one of the street urchin in my area, who later became the local government chairman in my council. So moving on from that, I wasn't deterred. I came back to Lagos, rearranged myself, went back again. Then they said, the next thing is that, what color do you fly? I said, what do you mean? I don't understand. They said, no, we're asking because some of the strong men are saying they don't want to serve a Jew. That was the first time I heard the word Jew. I said, but I'm not an Israeli. How come I'm a Jew? It was later when I interrogated the system and I found out what they were talking about. Anyway, so my friend, and I said, no, I'm not playing this politics again. My friend said, come, if we leave this politics for these people, it is this so-called Agberu that we are looking at the street, that we make the laws that will bind me and you. So we should not leave it for them. We kept faith. We started attending ward meetings every Tuesday. Then we started attending LGA meetings. Then when the time for local government Congress election came, we made sure some of our people were in the forefront and they won the position. Then the next thing they were now saying, oh, okay. They now first tagged us, Lagos boys. Lagos boys have taken over. Then the next thing, these people are too educated. But they have since learned to live with us and cope with us. So in fact, they even come to us to ask us, what do we do? You know you people are very educated. So ladies and gentlemen, let us not be deterred. Let us join the system. They will put obstacles in your way, like I went through. But if you are consistent, if you know what you want to do and you are determined, you will overcome the obstacles, and very soon you will now begin to lead them again. Thank you. So moving on quickly. The next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, I think I am guilty. I didn't do this proper introduction where the chairman reminded us then. I once mentioned that I'm a member of the National Association of Catholic Lawyers. In fact, I'm the vice chairman of Falomo here, and I'm the secretary, Lagos Archdiocese, financial secretary, that is. Let me use this opportunity to recognize my national president, Emeritus. He was the first national president of the National Association of Catholic Lawyers in Nigeria, and also a member of the body of benchers. A member of the body of benchers. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let us welcome, quickly, most distinguished Senator Mike Ajegbo.
Mr. Chairman, sir, you remember when the Pope came, how we were running around? May I take your permission to stand on all existing protocols? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I went back to look at today's topic, the quest for good governance in Nigeria, an interrogation of the role of Christians in politics. When we talk of quest, it means there's something wrong somewhere. And then when we talk about good governance, many people may not realize that by Section 4.2 of the Nigerian Constitution, the National Assembly was established to make laws for peace, good order, and good governance in Nigeria. So the issue becomes, are they making the laws for peace with all the trouble around the country? Are they making laws for good governance with all the corruption we see around the country? Fortunately or unfortunately, I belong to that body between 1999 and 2003. There's something missing somewhere. Nigeria was governed by the military between 1966 and 1999 with an interregnum. Instead of the other way around, it is civilian interregnum. So the young people we have today in the National Assembly, do they know anything about how to make laws? That is the first question we must ask ourselves. They just win an election, they get to National Assembly, 75% of the time they don't attend sessions. Because they don't really know what they are supposed to do when they got there. Then you go to Section 5 of the Constitution. It says the president has the executive powers to implement laws made by the National Assembly and the Constitution itself. Therefore, if there's rascality in the National Assembly, what do you expect the executive to do? Just to exploit all the loopholes and come up with draconian acts that cannot be justified. Then you move to Section 6, which talks about the judiciary. It's to interpret laws made by the National Assembly and to be an arbiter. It's quite interesting. If you look at the Constitution, it says Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. What do you mean in a federation? It means coming together of semi-autonomous regions. But please, learn today that Nigerian judiciary is a unitary judiciary. That is what it is. The National Judicial Commission is responsible for appointing judges all over, federal judges all over, even making recommendations for the state chief judges. Land matter in my village, Obosi, in Anambra State, is decided at the Supreme Court of Nigeria. Why should it be so? Each unit should have its own judiciary. That is the essence of a federation. Then we look at the other aspect of today's thing, an interrogation of the role of Christians in politics. How do you interrogate somebody you didn't teach anything? You just set exams for people and expect them pass when they didn't go to classes. It's not possible. The fundamental issue we have to fix is for the church to recognize that they need to create an institution that should be responsible for training of people that are going to both the National Assembly and State Assembly. At least have seminars for them. Let them appreciate what they are supposed to be doing when they get there. And on the flip side of it, when I had the privilege of being the president of the National Association of Catholic Lawyers, I tried to introduce something, but I don't think it had gone very well. And what was that? I said, each diocese or archdiocese has a state assembly plus the National Assembly. Can we not create people, a team that monitors all the bills that are going through these states of assembly to ensure that is in consonance with, not, if you talk about Christian faith, it appears that the other religions don't recognize what is good and what is bad. But at least, let us, part of our responsibility as a church is to ensure, because saying they are a Catholic church or you're a Christian, we are followers of Christ. That means we want to live like Christ. And for the Catholic Church, if you are not baptized as a child, you go to catechism before you get your baptism. For you to receive Holy Communion, you have to go to catechism. The same thing, confirmation. So you cannot talk about a Christian in government. You want to interrogate him, while you do not make sure he imbibed the qualities of a Christian. What do we do about that? These are some of the issues we need to look at. Also, I'd like to make a side comment about the way the last speaker went about the Chief Justice of Nigeria. Being a bencher, I will defend my profession. But if you want to criticize the institution, not the personalities. Because it was the institution that threw him up. If the institution was right, you will get the right people. So that's for that. Finally, I'm a very proud member of Catholic Men's Organization. And our patron saint is St. John the Baptist. And what was the importance of St. John the Baptist? The forerunner of our Lord Jesus Christ. And CMG, we are trying to be the forerunners in trying to sanitize politics in Nigeria. You know, that is what we are trying to do. I hope and pray that my parish priest will carry the message to His Grace that Nigeria is clamoring to ensure that the church impacts positively on those going to the National Assembly in particular and the state houses of assembly. We need to create an institution whereby if somebody wants to run, or even when he has won, we have seminars for them, train them, let them appreciate what they are doing, and also monitor what they are doing. If they don't do well, we say, Oga, you won't go back. Or we can even recall him. This is what the church should start doing. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give it up one more time for Senator Mike Ajegbo. Quickly, I have sought the permission of the president of the CMG, the host, and we are going to bring back to the podium the chairman for the day, Reverend Father Ehusani. So quickly, okay. Speak to us again.
Thank you. Just a word on Excellency. Thank you very much for your input and the challenge you have thrown to us. Liboros, thank you for the challenge you have thrown to us, and Senator Ajegbo. Just a little word of caution. I feel uncomfortable wherever the victims are further victimized. Nigerians, the Nigerian victim of the succession of leadership failures are being constantly beaten and beaten that they are responsible. There are dimensions that they are not responsible. I have been part of the Nigerian public space for the past 32, 33 years. And when I hear people speak these days as if nothing has happened, there are people here who know my personal involvement as a church person in the last 34 years. There are people who know here Cardinal Okoje's personal involvement, Kuka's personal, and we were not doing it because we were Father George. I was doing it because of the Catholic Church. So when I hear people say the church has done nothing, that is either intellectual dishonesty or lying, because that is not true. The church leaders, many church leaders may not have functioned the way some people expect. If we are to function according to the social teachings of the Catholic Church, we will never come out to do the kind of thing Mbaka is doing. That is ridiculous. We will never come out to tell people where to vote. That is ridiculous. We have our principles. Some of you here know that during the worst days of Abacha in this country, it was at that Catholic Secretariat that human rights groups were coming to have a meeting. We were the one hosting human rights groups to work towards the end of the military rule. And several church leaders were among the most active to make sure that military rule ends. So it will be very unfair. Many of them are dead now. It will be very unfair on this group to say church did nothing. Even to say, with regards to what Senator Ajegbo said, you remember why, while I was Secretary General, we set up the Catholic Lawyers Association. Catholic Lawyers Association was set up, I still have it in my computer, so that they can spearhead and champion the transformation of the country, rule of law, good governance, because they are a professional group that can lead us Christians in that respect. And apart from that, there was the Catholic social movement. Who remembers that? There is the Catholic Action. All kinds of efforts have been made. But precisely because we have been used to politics of gangsterism. Politics of gangsterism. The Adedibu kind of politics that he referred to. Now, it was difficult for many responsible people even to have opportunity to register. Right now, many people have registered in the last few months because there was an online portal. See the people who are trying to physically register in many places. There are places where hooligans have tried to chase them out of the place. The truth is that from From the First Republic, politics was for hooligans. And the colonial masters actually helped to do this because it is scoundrels who can sell their mothers that they made leaders of the people. I hope you know that this is part of our story. Part of our story is that in many parts, like northern Nigeria, the people, my own part of the country did not have traditional rulers, paramount rulers. But the white man came. Whom did they make paramount rulers? Is it one of the traditional rulers that used to be? No. Criminals, scoundrels, people who can sell their mother. They were the ones that were made paramount rulers. And that story has continued till today. That is why the people who took over from these criminals were criminals, not religious people, not pious people. That is why pious people could not be easily involved. Don't I know when Peter Obi was having his problem, he will tell you, I was one of those who urged him on to continue. So the point is that many church people did something. It might not have been enough, I agree. But church people have done something. And some of you do not know, I left the Catholic Secretariat here in 2007. I set up the Luke Sterra Leadership Foundation to do precisely what you are talking about here. And we have been doing leadership training. Using the social teachings of the church. The Emcee referred to Nigeria years eaten by the locust. In February this year, I published Nigeria more years eaten by the locust, discussing the same matters. So the issue is that, let us put it this way. There is a lot more that we can do as church than we have been doing. But I hate to hear the church has not been doing anything. That's very distressing for people like me. It's very distressing because I have spent the last 35 years working in this area. There is a lot more. And when we say church, we mean church, meaning every one of us that form church. There is a lot more that we can do. The Catholic Men's Guild, as I mentioned during my talk, Catholic Men's Guild, CWO, Laity Council, Legion of Mary, there's a lot all of us can do. But please take note. You did mention in your talk about the Sultan being a religious leader and a political leader. That is the difference between Islam and Christianity. The point is that, please let us read history. There was a time when the bishops and the popes were like heads of state. Human beings, they say power corrupts, absolute power corrupts absolutely. What happened in the history of the church, I don't want to be alive to see a repeat of it. Religious leaders should not be political leaders at the same time. There has to be, we should work towards a division of church and state. And we should actually reject the scenario that we have in the north. We should not accept it. That's why I said in my talk that we need to discuss seriously the place of religion. It is because of absolute failure. It is because of absolute failure in the governance of Nigeria that we are now calling religious leaders to do all this. Otherwise, technically, it is not our role. We have educated people in primary school, in secondary school, in university. They are supposed to have been well educated on values that they will run the country with. So what is now the role of the priest who has been, look at the late Monsignor Pedro Martins. After training you at St. Gregory's College and daily feeding you at St. Charles Borromeo, what do you see is his role again? He has formed you. Now you go ahead and transform society with the formation that you have gotten. So that henceforth, when you talk of what is church doing, you mean what are church people who are in the corporate world, church people who are in governance, church people who are, what are they doing? That is what the church is doing. Because I would like us to avoid the pitfalls. We are having, the worst embarrassment we're having today is somebody like Ejike Mbaka. It's the worst kind of embarrassment we're having. If people put the necessary boundaries, then after teaching, like I said, in school and in church, then we should have nothing to do or little to do with issue of, look at the ridiculous extent where some priests were driving people away from church for not having PVC. Is that a desirable thing? Is it not an abuse of church processes? That has happened because of the horrible situation we have found ourselves in. But that kind of situation should not continue. My prayer is that, just to end, Cardinal Okoje will be the oldest, Cardinal Rinze, but let's say in Abuja, Cardinal Onaikon was the Archbishop of Abuja, and he was in Nairek along with the Sultan of Sokoto. Even during President Jonathan, if Sultan of Sokoto used to come to Abuja, President Jonathan's people will send private jets to bring him from Sokoto to Abuja. They didn't do that for Koje, they didn't do that for Naikon. The issue is that even we Christians, when we get to positions, there is a way we kowtow to the Islamic leader in a manner that we don't give that kind of regard to a Christian leader. So that's why I say the role of religion needs to be interrogated. The role of religion needs to be interrogated. We can't change the fact that the Archbishop of Lagos is not the Oba of Lagos. We cannot change that fact, and that is undesirable. I'm sorry about that. But the point is this, that a situation where somebody is both religious leader and traditional leader, I hope you know that the British accentuated that, and it has caused a lot of problem for us. I'm from the Middle Belt, and I know what that has meant. And it is something we should work towards rejecting. It is something that we should all work towards rejecting. We need a redefinition of what it means to be religious leader and what it means to be traditional leader. It's one of the assignments the obedient people will need to work on very seriously. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Yes, just a few minutes. Clarifications. Father agreed that the situation is horrible. If the situation is horrible, you can no longer just say, we have trained you, and so whatever you do is left to you. So that is why my challenge to the people, already you're at a disadvantage. That was why I used the example of the Sultan becoming the religious leader and at the same time a traditional ruler. It's an advantage position. So when you're at a disadvantaged position, what do? Do you just sit down and say we'll continue to function in the corporate world and leave the political world? The answer is no. The same way you are functioning in the corporate world, there's need to also come out and function in the political world so that there will be a balance. Otherwise, God will not come down to change it. Thank you.
Very interesting. We are gradually coming to the meat of the occasion. The meat is that you have another opportunity again to respond, because we're going to come here where you all be given five minutes to elucidate. Then we take question and answer from there. Then you make 1 or 2 points. So I will quickly want to call, we'll still go back there. Because the concept of separation of church and state is a philosophical and jurisprudential concept defining political distance in relationship between religious organizations and the state. So that was why when I first started, I said there's a separation of church and state. So, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, may I humbly call on the next speaker. Please, sir, because of the time and we started late, we are just going to afford you 10 minutes to quickly make your point. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Mr. Funsho Doherty. Funsho Doherty. Sir, please, you just tell your people who you are. Come and tell us, sir. Tell us who you are first, then talk to us. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I won't need 10. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. Distinguished members of the high table, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Funsho Dorothy. I'm a Nigerian, someone with keen interest in the political space. And I also happen to be a candidate in the forthcoming election for governorship in 2023 in Lagos State. I want to thank all those who've spoken, and they've spoken eloquently, actually, about the issues. And in particular, the keynote speaker has addressed a lot of the national issues. And lest we think that these are purely only national issues, they also exist at the state level, as we all know. Just a couple of days ago, I saw a report that the Economist Intelligence Unit released to say that here in Lagos, we were ranked 176 out of 177 in livability index across the world. 176 out of 177. The only country that was lower than us, or the only city, is Damascus in Syria. And as you know, they've been at war for over 10 years, with the lowest in Africa. So the problems are many. Relating it to our topic of today, you know, one of the perspectives, I just have like two perspectives to bring to the discussions because much has been said. You know, we talk about Christians, that they are Christians in leadership, they are in those positions, and they are Christians. But we don't see changes in their behavior, or we don't see them acting differently. You know, I'm not a biblical scholar, but part of what you see in the Bible is the place where it says, not everybody that calls me Lord, Lord, isn't it? At the end of the day, it is by people's actions that we know whether indeed they are Christians or not. Generally, as we know, Nigeria is one of the most religious societies in the world. Yet, regularly, we rank among the highest in terms of corruption. We all know that. So there's nothing new in that. And I think that part of it, as the keynote speaker has also spoken about, part of that is that as a church, we have to create the right incentives and behaviors. So there's no point standing on the pulpit and preaching good behavior to people week in, week out. And when they bring money from questionable sources, our actions send a different signal. Because as anybody who has run organizations know, people will listen to what you are saying all day long, but will respond to your actions. It is your actions that will drive their behavior. So what we are telling them is that you've done well, go and do more. Now, leaving that and coming to the question of why is it then, if we then segregate and say, you know, okay, we have certain people that profess the faith, but do not practice it. What about those people that actually profess and practice? Why don't we see more of them in government? Why? Who will actually do the right thing? And part of it has been alluded to is the process, our democratic process. People are fearful of that process. They believe it to be a perilous process, right? And so they stay away. Now, if you can almost think of the system as a system that, if you are going to design a system and say, design a system where most of the people that will be produced by this system will be bad leaders. That will almost be the kind of system that we have. With the delegate system that we have, the parties, the way it's set up, and so on. So we need a system that allows people to emerge. Now, the party system that we have is also part of the problem because it allows more noise than signal. And what you need is signal to identify the right leaders.
Now, ultimately, what then happens is that by the time the exceptions come out, and you can think perhaps of the keynote speaker today as an exception, right? And there are others who are also exceptions. It is very difficult for them to emerge, for us to emerge through this process and to even get on the ballot in the first place. It is not to stand, if anybody is a candidate of a significant office on the ballot, just know that that person has fought a lot of battles to even be on the ballot. And so what it behoves on us then, as the electorate, is to be very judicious in looking at the people that are on the ballot and then saying, which one of them do we think, having emerged through this process, we are going to throw our weight behind, regardless of whether they are on a main platform or whether they are on one of the smaller platforms. And indeed, it is more likely that they will be on one of the smaller platforms than on the... And indeed, if we keep taking the view that we will not vote a platform other than the main platform because we don't want to waste our vote, what will happen? We will perpetuate bad governance. There's not a lot of time. I don't want to take up too much time. I highlight two additional things. When people come into office, and I will make this point of our keynote speaker, and it's something I say to myself, we have to be sincere with people. Anytime you don't have justice in a system, you cannot have a good outcome. So we castigate the public service, we castigate the civil servants. We know it needs to be fixed. But their compensation is a travesty. Yes, they are corrupt. But they are good ones. They are those that will enter where they had to do the right thing. But do we pay them a living wage? So if we don't address that, there's no justice in the system. And we will not fix, ultimately, the system. Now, we know that inefficiencies, there are more of them than there need to be, and all of that. So we need to address those. But I can tell you, a key part of the solution, ultimately, is addressing the compensation of public servants. Because people, they don't need big salaries, but they need fair salaries. Finally, because when we do that, then we can insist with good conscience on enforcement. We can say you must have integrity. You must do the right thing. If you don't do the wrong thing, we will prosecute you and we will push it to the end and we will ensure that we do it. How many corruption cases do we see taken through the courts that we see the people charged, sentenced, that we can see on TV? How many in relation to the proliferation of crime that we know exists? It's because in good conscience, people can't do it. Because there's an insincerity about it, that you know you're not paying these people, you know that they are making money on the side, and that's part of the agreement that we all have. Isn't it? So we need sincerity in leadership. And that takes courage. It takes courage from a leader to push those changes through. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to wrap up here. I just want to say I'm very hopeful. I don't know if you can feel it. I don't know if you can sense it. But 2023 is going to be a different kind of election. People are fired up. People are fired up. People are fed up. The rich are fed up. The poor are fed up. Middle class are fed up. Old are fed up. Young are fed up. The middle-aged are fed up. The only people that are not fed up are the people benefiting directly from those in power. Ladies and gentlemen, it is up to you. It is up to me. Some of us have stood up to be on the ballot. The rest of you need to back us up by going out there on election day and casting your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please, for time's sake, no, man. Please, we don't want to do that yet. Please, for time's sake, we're going to move the speakers to the podium. And we want to appeal to you in order for us to be able to control this. If you can put down your question On your seat, there was a notepad and a pen on your seat. Please put down your question. We will collect them and hand them over to the chairman. The chairman will now decide to look at them and pass it to any of the panelists to respond if he doesn't want to respond to it. Please write. We'll give you 2 minutes to write your questions. Please, if you have, signify so we can pick it up. Please, can you help me? Let's pick it up. I'll hand the microphone to the chairman now. From now, the chairman is in control.
Okay. Yes, where's the first one? No, you can read it. Okay. Your Excellency Peter Obi, while your plan for governance are laudable, what plans do you have in place to manage our legislature and governors, a group who is elected independently of you? This question has full focus on fiscal discipline. We know how wasteful they are. So,
I was going to say, those who answer the next question should ask our chairman because he's leaving very soon. So if we can take questions that are coming to the chairman, if you have any question to the chairman, you can ask him any question because he's about to go and catch his flight. Some of us, they have about 30 minutes. We has only 10 minutes to stay. So do you have any question for the chairman?
as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord our God. Have you forgotten? As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord our God. Marie, clap for yourself, will you remember? Involvement of church authority in politics, especially during elections. Screening to know or determine the credibility, especially federal state legislature, basically from political parties, is given. Well, clearly, the first one, what is becoming imperative, following what everybody has said, is that I think every Nigerian can, apart from priests and religious, can join one party or the other. It is becoming imperative that rather than just get PVC for election, that our people actually register and be part of the political process that produces delegates. Isn't it? Now, because what has been happening is that we sit down where we are. In fact, we say we have made good effort by getting a card, but we have no say as regards those who emerge. It is the people who are delegates that vote for people that will emerge that we are now bound to vote for. So I think we should encourage all our people to become card-carrying members of political parties so that they can have a say. That's one. Then involvement of church authority during elections. Well, mobilization, which is going on very well. I mean, we asked how many of you have voters card, and it's almost 90% or more here. That's a very good one. And in many churches today, in many of our churches today, I mean, I saw a video of priests and Missionary and all kinds of people, Reverend sisters, queuing up to get voters card. I got my voters card in 2010 or is it 2011? Now, so many places there is active mobilization today. And if INEC, and I believe INEC will continue to extend this thing up to the next 2-3 months, we will have most 90-95% of voting age people registered. That will be some progress. That will be some progress. I mean, the influx of the Fulanese trooping Nigeria, what are we doing about it? Well, I should ask you, what are you doing about it? There is a problem. How many of you watched the video of Bala Mohammed on Channels? There was a Channels interview of Bala Mohammed, and he said that their desire, their aim, is to settle the Fulanese that are nomadic all over West Africa, to settle them in Nigeria. How many of you saw that? Yeah, this is their desire. And I don't think that would have been a problem if they settle peacefully without desiring to rule everywhere, without desiring to come with violence and the rulers, wherever they are. Because from the jihad time, Danfodio jihad time, they are used to going to places and ruling. Now, everybody who is an emir anywhere in the north is related to Danfodio. It's Fulani. And many people do not know that actually the Fulanis are a very small ethnic group that are scattered between Chad and the Gambia and Mauritania and Mali. They are a small ethnic group. But the problem that people have, and the problem we have, is it is okay to migrate and come and stay. But then, if you now desire to come and stay and rule us, that is where the problem is. If you now decide to come and take over our farmland, that is where the problem is. You know, they tried Ruga, it didn't succeed. They tried ranches, it didn't succeed. Then they took to violence. Now, we have no serious border control. And the Fulanis are from the Gambia, Mauritania, Burkina Faso, Niger, up to Chad. They are all over the place as nomadic group, just like the gypsies in Europe. You know the gypsies? The travelers, they are called the travelers or gypsies in Europe. Now they are like that. I don't mind. They could settle, but as long as they settle as law-abiding people. If you are waiting for the government as presently constituted to stop them coming in, it won't stop them. Number one, we don't even have the capacity because there are no walls. It's a very lengthy stretch from Zamfara up to Borno on top there. Very lengthy stretch. You can hardly patrol the place. So they are all over the place. And unfortunately, many of them are part of the kidnapping and banditry ring today. And we do not have the military, the police that is checking them. So we are really in trouble. The projections are that the next few years will be tough. The next few years will be really tough for us. And let us just pray for a major change in 2023 where the governors and the leaders can take full control of governing their states, take full control of security. This thing about one person called Inspector General of Police controlling every security person in this country, it shouldn't work. That's why I said during my talk, we need major structural changes. Because as presently constituted, no matter how good the person is, we may not have much progress unless there are major structural adjustments. How do we stop all the political thieves in Nigeria? And you're asking me, we need, yes, His Excellency has already said something in that regard, that we need somebody with a political will. In almost all his appearances, from platform talk to this one, he has given examples of his own performance and the kind of, I traveled with him today. I could see the simplicity. Now, we need leadership by example. That is what we have lacked, leadership by example. I live in Abuja, And I know that when Buhari came in 2015, many Nigerians were prepared for a change. People were going to work early. People were afraid to do something corrupt. Within 3 months, they realized that this is business as usual. Body language. Yes. So it means that if a new leader comes and his or her body language dictates something different, Nigerians are good followers. Nigerians are followers. And then the good leader will do some of the things that are needful, like our brother said about what we pay civil servants. Civil servants are the ones that help politicians to steal. Without civil servants, politicians cannot steal any money. They don't have direct access. So, but then we need to guarantee the security, the retirement, the living wage of our civil servants before they can help us to protect our resources. Thank you. As regards the security of the nation, I would like to know the stance of the church as regards youths in the church being taught self-defense and the use of ammunition. The church should there defend herself just like when Israel used to go to war. Sadly, I mean, we are beginning to have this kind of thing now, especially after the Owo attack. But it's going to be really difficult because we cannot defend the fact of going to church with guns in our church. We can't defend it. In fact, in my own chapel, I don't allow, I mean, if His Excellency is coming to my church, I don't allow his security aide to enter the church with gun. Yeah. And it is important for us to know, to recognize that persecution is part of the game for us. And the next few years may be difficult for churches. Like he said during his talk, if you think you are safe here, none of us is safe anywhere. And we may face some real harsh times before things start getting better. And the kind of thing that happened in our war may happen again, unfortunately, where we don't know. But may the Lord continue to protect us. How do we change the mindset of the average Nigerian or youth towards politics? 80% of Nigerians or youths are only interested in eating from the national cake. I believe here has to be a mind and thought restructure for us to be. I think that is happening very speedily today. That restructuring of the mind, I think there is a tsunami happening. It is happening so speedily that consider where we are today and think about 4 months ago. Can you see the change that has taken place? So there is reason for hope. There is reason for hope that in the next 6 months, if we continue at this rate, I think there will be a major booster in the Nigerian society for a change. So we shouldn't lose hope at all. And once the leader is of a different kind and is saying the right things and doing the right things, I believe that many Nigerians will follow. And Nigerians will be ready to make sacrifices for the betterment of the future. How can we... Sorry, there's another question here. How do we change... Okay, I've read that. How can we include referendum in our constitution? How can we have good governance with the present legislators? Well, the point is that, like he said, I agree that we definitely need institutes, all kinds of training institutes to train people who are in the legislature, people who are in the executive. We definitely need a lot of it. And in this parish here, you can invite people you know are going in for new office to come for some kind of training. So a lot of that should be going on. And people should be helped to see that if you do not change your course, you will end up where you are headed. So that they know that major change is required in the manner in which we do things, including the way we do politics. Then how can we include referendum? The lawyers here we need many structural changes. One of those elements of the structural change we want is to have referendum in our constitution so that people can decide. How can you really say you have a democracy when the will of the people cannot, when you cannot make provision? Yeah. make provision for if the people want to, if some people want to secede, let them be able to secede. It's there in the constitution of many countries. You can't put us together by force now and call that a democracy. That will not be democracy. It is when people know that, look, the Igbos have a right to live. The Shekiri have a right to live. The Jaw have a right to live. When people know that, then people will behave. So that because we know that in our size, there is power. What do you do with people who are ready to vote for their tribe and are being given money on the election day? Well, the people being given money, I hope you know that when people are reduced to a level of destitution, the mind doesn't work very well again. So it is one of those areas that I also talk about. Please, let's not keep beating the victim. There are people that 5,000 naira means the world for them. Is their life 5,000 naira? So we can sit in our comfortable sitting room and say, how can these people be collecting 5,000 naira? He has not seen that kind of money in the last 3 months. So what it means is that we need to empower our people, economic empowerment of our people, education of our people, so that 5,000 naira will not mean their whole life for them. That is one way we should go. Okay, so I need to leave. God bless you all.
Please, Father had to catch a flight, so that is why he's leaving us. And he has just nominated Senator Ajegbo to act in his stead while he's away. So Senator Ajegbo is going to pilot this affair further from here. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's remain seated. Let's remain seated. Yes, sir.
Please open the plaque. Father, in appreciation of everything that you've done to support, in appreciation of your support to the Catholic Church of the Assumption and the Catholic Men's Guild, repeatedly, this is like the second or third time you are coming to be with us. We would like to present this plaque to you through our parish priest. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together once more. Thank you, Father. Thank you. Thank you, Father. So we will continue with the question now. Sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please, I'll be calling on Mr. P2B to answer the questions because he has a number of questions in his hand.
Stand up because the chairman said to me that he's going to pass all the papers to me. Let me start with the comments that the question that have been asked Father George before he left on issue of how do you stop all these looters. Something as asking the question, how do you deal with corruption? I've answered this severally. Fighting corruption is one of the easiest things you can do today in Nigeria. And I want that's why I'm standing up. I want it to be on. People can tape it, people can say, it's one of the easiest things you can do. If you, the leader, is not stealing, your family is not, Those around you are not stealing, you reduce it by 70%. And Father George was at the airport when I said it today. I called a civil servant, a top civil servant. I said, if your boss didn't add his own, can you add your own? He said, no. You have to add your own first. So I, as governor, will call them. The commissioner knows, the permanent secretary, everybody knows that this thing is, say, 100 million naira. But I've added 30 for myself. Then commissioner will add 10. PAMSEC will add 10. Everybody in that line will continue. By the time you know that thing becomes 300, and you can't stop it, because your own is inside it. Your wife maybe have added his own, and that is how it goes. If you don't, it will not happen. I've been a victim of it. I have 3 reasons why I was impeached. And I'd say it everywhere. First item why I was impeached was because we had 298 million naira to refurbish the office of the governor. That was number 1 item. When I came in, because we readjusted our position, the office of the governor is supposed to consume about 30% of our budget, only had 5% because of our readjustment, so I had to readjust everything. It cost me, and it cost the government, 43,200,000 to execute the same thing that had a budget of 298 million. We didn't spend a penny more, and everything I bought was new. The only thing I didn't buy new, I said everywhere, stable. The man, Governor Badinuju, was there before Governor Ngige, had a table he was using, which I found kept somewhere. And I said to them, well, listen, we don't need to add table because this table is okay. And they said, oh, well, I said, listen, it's table. Table is table. There's nothing, if you want to write something, you can write it on this table. There's nothing fanciful about table. Just bring the table. Polish it is table. If I write, they said all sorts of things, what he was doing, whether he's doing it, I said, listen, it's table. When I start writing, if he cannot, then I'll know there's something wrong with the table. And I used it for the 8 years I was there. It didn't collapse. Second item where I was impeached was my lodge. The lodge of the governor, the budget to rebuild it and refurbish it was 486 million. Everything, we did everything with 81 million. Everything. Because they put all sorts of things, furniture, bed made in Dubai, made in called it once. I said, listen, this is the bed. There must be somebody who can do bed in Oka. Bed is bed. It doesn't matter. You know, if you can't sleep, if there's any reason why you will keep awake, even if they bring the bed from New York, you will be awake. I said, it's a bed. The man we gave the contract for the bed today is employing over 120 people. Because I went to him, I said, Mr. Raja, I used to do bed. Right? We just want bed. Eh? Yes. He said he remembered it because he even went to his house and they said, oh, leather chair. I said, let me tell you, leather chair is chair covered by leather. That's all. There's nothing called leather chair. It doesn't matter whether you call this one Versace or it was made behind here. It's leather. Because it's covered by leather. So I said, okay, Mr. Daja, go and buy leather. Cover this seat. It's for sitting down. It's not good. But it cost us 81 million naira. That was the second reason why I was impeached. Third reason was I was saving money. So when people say about corruption, about this, you can shut it down. We had guest houses. We were the only government that didn't have a lodge in Abuja. Because I questioned it, I said, why would governor of Anambra State have a lodge in Abuja? Everybody said to me, no, you need it. My predecessor bought it for 1 billion naira. It was costing us almost 30-something million naira to keep it. In fact, if I go to Abuja They will give the cook between 50 and 100,000 naira to feed me for one day. And I said, wait a minute. If I stay in hotel where I started staying thereafter, Rockview or Protea, I pay in the room 35,000. Their buffet is 5,000. So why would we give somebody 50 to 100,000 naira with inconveniences of plate, everything and all that we are going to buy, when a buffet in the hotel is 5,000? We don't have to add anything. Everything will just come there, eat as we like, and I go. And most of the time, if I go into the restaurant, people pay for me. So we don't even actually need to hire anybody. Because they will see me and say, okay, we'll pay for you. So it became a problem. Why am I saying this? These are little things people don't know the cost implication. In governance, when we talk about waste in government, people don't know this. My first 3 months was a nightmare. If I want to go to Abuja, it cost Anambra state government over 10 million. Why? I have 30 to 40 persons that have no reason to be in Abuja who are going to go with me. Nobody invited them for meetings. It's only me they call. And I have to pay for these people's tickets. They constitute a nuisance to the traveling public because they will all over the place in the airport. And they go with me to Abuja. Until I sat down because we have no money. And we say, listen, ADC, all these people, I called Donovo. He's there, IGO. I said, when I come to Abuja, give me 2 policemen. Call the DGS, give me 2 people. That's what I need from my airport to here. They will lead me. I don't need to carry 20 police from our car. They're not protecting me in the air. Once we are airborne, they are as vulnerable as I am. So what are they doing? What am I saying this? If you are not wasting it, it will. It's a vehicle. We used to have a convoy of 22 vehicles. We used to have a fuel dump in government house until, because of our court costing, we found out we cannot sustain it. And I said, no, shut it down. They said, oh, in case you find fuel scarcity, because they will give you every reason. I said, listen, shut this down. We can't afford it. It was costing us 30-something million naira every month, keeping that fuel dump. When we stopped using it, we were still spending almost 10 million in fuel. Until one day I stopped on the middle of the road and said, listen, this is number of cars following me. I want to know which ones are occupied. 15 of the vehicles were empty. 15 out of 22 were empty. They just run, create, again, nuisance to the traveling public. I said, let me tell you, the convoy of the governor today is 5 vehicles. And they must be occupied. And we want to buy fuel, I'll enter, we'll go to a filling station, we'll buy fuel. That's kind of the thing. And we came down to 1 million. So it was very easy. What am I saying? We need to shut down this cost. So that when people say money wastage, this is the wastage. So we move from 30 million to 1 million in a month. Just of fuel that we would have been buying and everything. You know, they will say, oh, this, no, it will not. There's too much waste that is there. In Anambra State, we had every secondary school had a generator. Every secondary school. If you're from Anambra State, go and check it in your community. Every secondary school had a generator. Do you know how we bought that generator? They gave me a bill to do street light from my office to the lodge. And it came to, and we power it. It came to about 500 and something million naira. Sure, I said, okay, fine. How many secondary schools do we have? About 500 of them. I called the man who said generator. I said, I want to buy 40 kVA. Then, for every secondary school, how much will it cost? He came with the 1.2 million. I said, we're buying 500. So we won't pay more than 1 million. He said, yes. So I said, okay, write this man to supply the secondary school generator so they have light for the kids to read. I will make sure I leave my office by by 7 p.m. and go home. We don't need the street lights. That's how we bought it. So we can shut these things down and use the money. Somebody asked a question, what can I do for the youth? Chairman, I'll be very quick now. What can I do for the youth? Let me tell you, the most critical and important thing we'll do as a government today is number one, cohesion. Nigerian cohesion is very low. The unity is very low. We mistrust each other. We don't believe in each other. So we must start now to show that we are a nation that must come, because we come from diverse areas, we must bring ourselves together. Simultaneously, as we are doing this, we are tackling security. And for you to tackle insecurity today, you have to deal with natural way of tackling it, and then you have to do the defensive one. The natural way is that you must pull people out of poverty. The more you pull people out of poverty, the more you reduce criminality. It's happened in Brazil, in Mexico, in Colombia. I can cite you countries where let me tell you, when people don't know where the next meal will come from, they tool for anything. You have millions of young people in their productive age doing nothing. They are your engine of growth. The greatest employer of labor and greatest engine of growth in any country is micro, small, medium businesses. And they are driven by the youth. You must, and what they need is two things: training and funding. You must do it. All the countries we are celebrating today, let me use China. People say aside China. China is engine of growth and example that everybody should use anytime, anywhere. Today in China, the MSMEs, small businesses generate 60% of their productive capacity, contribute over 60% to their GDP. Today in China, the employment is almost 70% by the MSMEs. China today, a country of 1.4 billion, total employment is 800 million, and they are doing more. Out of which, this 800 million, 60%, 540 is within the SMEs. In fact, in the community, so 540 million people are employed by MSMEs. In the town, in the urban areas, it's actually about 80% of the employed capacity. And in urban areas, 480 million people are employed. 80% of that is from MSMEs. In terms of budget, Chinese budget today is about 4 trillion. Annual trillion. The last one about 2019, 2020. 4 trillion. Out of this 4 trillion, 3.2 trillion is from taxes. And of these taxes of 3.2 million, small businesses do almost 50 to 60%. Because you hear government today saying, oh, we have a problem. Our tax to GDP is low. Yes. Because your people are not employed. The more people are productive and employed, the more revenue you get. You can't tax people who are not doing anything. No, they don't have food. Where are you going to get the tax? So taxation is like a bank account. The more you put in by supporting small businesses, the more you can take back. You can't go to bank and say, write a check and say, pay me money, when you have not credited anything in. No. The government first have to credit in. So when these people are running this and as if we are running a motor park, you know, there's already a line you have to go through if you have to run it. So we need to inject money on the youth. These are dynamic people. I believe it or not, Nigeria have one of the best talented, hardworking youth. Forget about what they are doing is that all these people you see that are Yahoo boys. It's all these Yahoo boys you see. They are actually the people India switched over and they became the ICT, everything in the world. All they need is direction to show this thing you're doing is wrong. If you go this way, without support, we celebrate you. And that's it. The government needs to drive. So we need to empower the youth. Look at it. Parents pay for their children to go to school. They finish school. They're at home, being fed by their parents. They're not doing anything. It's a nightmare. So you need to change it. So the youth, but the youth themselves have to understand it is about them. It's their country. They have to take it back. They don't need to stay and say this. Somebody said, how am I going to deal with legislators? Let me tell you about legislators and governors and everything. When I became governor in Anambra State, 30 members of House of Assembly are PDP. In fact, people think this is the first time I left PDP. It's not. Chairman knows. Ask Chairman. If he comes back, he will tell you. Chairman knows I started my politics by PDP. It was ABC who dragged me to PDP. Unfortunately, it was this type of rascality that I saw now. And I said, no, I went to Abga. Contested the election and won. When I was sworn in as Anambra State Governor, 30 members of House of Assembly is PDP. 30 members, there's 3 senators, including Senator Michael Ajebo, were PDP. The 3 House of Assembly, everybody was PDP, including local government chairman. And people said to me, even though most of our highly placed government officials were PDP, I work with them. In fact, the closest person that approved my budget was a relation of my predecessor, Dr. Chris Ngige. I didn't know this woman. And within 2 months I was governor, he queried everything I was doing. I did something wrong. She queried it. So as I drive to office in the morning, I saw a woman kneeling down. And I said, stop, let me know why this woman is kneeling down. He's done it first day, second day. So I got out of the car. I said, what is happening, madam? He said, please, oh, please, I have nothing to do again. Hey, I didn't do anything wrong. Oh. This is it. I said, madam, what did you do? He said he found that I approved something that was wrong. So he queried it. They turned it and said, because it's a formal law, Ngige is formal law. Because it's formal law, it's the relation of Ngige. That's why I said, madam, come, bring that thing. He queried, bring everything. They brought it. I was wrong. Totally wrong. So when I finished, I said, I called the head of service. I said, what is my powers? As governor, I want to know. This woman is the director. Says the director. I said, okay. So can I promote her? He said, yes. I said, I know what I want you to do. Head of service. I want to promote this woman to permanent secretary. You bring her to my office. Madam, you know your job. Query everything I'm doing here till I leave here. You know, she was there. That's how that woman came to work for me and was so bold that anything I do, it's it. So what am I trying to say? Don't leave all these people say, if you're in a different party, you have different registrators, they will impeach them. No. You have disagreement with them, but as long as you keep doing the right thing, after some time, it will. I surrounded myself, for example, with appointment with people I didn't know. Half of my commissioners, I never met them before. People just recommended them. I read their CV and say, come. You know, and it would be worse for you if they're women. I was surrounded by women. You know, and sorry, women. My chief of staff was a woman. My accountant general was a woman. Commissioner for finance was a woman. Commissioner for local government. And they were all my senior. They The least of them is about 5 years my senior. They will just gang up. I just come and say, they say, no, we cannot do it. And they will all agree. You argue with them in the morning, argue with them in the evening. I will even tell them, can't you people realize I'm governor? They said they don't want to care. It's not their business. We too have children. We have children that are going to suffer because of this. At the end of the day, without them, I won't succeed. Because they were the people saying no to me. So it's important. So let nobody tell you about legislators. No. If you're doing the right thing, sooner or later everybody will key in. The civil servants will key in. Everybody. We moved our schools from number 26, 27 to number 1. The teachers did not change. Not one teacher. It was the same teachers. All we did is say, this thing is not working. Church, come and take your school back. Take your school, church. Let it be, you're managing your school. We don't want to manage it again. Of course, the NUT went to strike. After about 6 months, we reconciled. Church took back their school. What did the church do? Within 3 months, they removed all our principals. Which is what they have said. They said, if church remove you, you come, we post you in our own school. Our own schools are in the small schools in the village. They don't want to go there. They want to stay in township. And that's what they did. They removed them and put their own people. But they saw the schools changing. We said, oh, how are we going to spend the money? I said, if the school belongs to the church, if you know the amount of money you spend per school, give it to the church. They say, no. The church is not this thing. They are not qualified. I used one problem we have. We had a reverend sister in KRC. We went there, gave us bill for erosion, 27 million naira. Our Minister of Environment said, following this, following that, they got almost 100 million naira. They said she's not an engineer. I said, listen, this woman lives with erosion. He wants 27. We that are not there will pay 100. No, give her 27 million naira. If erosion carries her, it's her business. Till today, that erosion is solved. If we are doing it with government, we'll be doing variation till today. So there's ways you can do, and if you do it that way, you see yourself cutting costs. Other questions people ask here, like I said about security. There's need, when we put people out of poverty about security, there's need to re-equip and do more with our citizens. We have less than 350 policemen. 350,000. I went to Egypt. They had 1.something million for 100 persons. We have less than 300 for 200 million. It won't work. Our army, everything, you need to equip it. You need to take security serious. It's not acceptable that government will say they kidnap people and put them in the bush and government is negotiating. In today's world, it's not true. Somebody somewhere is not telling us the truth. Not today, where you can be found in the middle of nowhere with communication. So I won't talk much about security. But if you're determined, you can deal with it decisively. I won't mention issue people ask about running mates. There's really not what we need for me personally. If I'm left on my own, but it's a party decision. What we need is that we need to involve young people in what we're doing today. There's nothing, all these things we are going to do, oh, you're going to call this name because it's too much. There's so many sharp young people here that can easily run our states, our country, if well guided. But that is for the party to decide, so I won't mention much. All I can tell you is that we're going to have a team that work for the interest of this. People say, okay, how do you do with issue of agitations, the various agitations? The reason why you're seeing all these various agitations is that sheer failure. Nobody wants to actually go to another country if things are working here. After all, people are living here to go and live in Canada. They are living here to go and live in America. So if things are working here, they won't want to leave. So the agitations can be managed when people see that things are happening. Again, people are talking about issue of this, issue of running mate. Issue of running mate is being dealt with the party. I can work with anybody. While I was governor, the people I worked with, I never met them before they were appointed my deputy. They were all my friends, I didn't know them. Just like I said, most of my commissioners, I didn't know them. I just met them. We read and they say, oh, this person was a professor of this. You know, if I know Stella Okuna before I made her chief of staff, I won't make her chief of staff. I can tell you. Everybody, if you know Stella Okuna, go and ask anybody. It's somebody who can argue with you from morning till night and doesn't understand that I'm the boss. But she will tell you, I'm the mother. So I want you to do the right thing for the children. But again, working with her was fantastic because she saw me as a junior brother, treated me as same, and we remain like that till today. She will always say to me, this thing you said here is wrong. You can't use that word, you can't do this, even correct the English that is there. I said, listen, I know, I'm not a professor. I've just done my bit. Let the English people correct their language. You know. What is your plans to reduce oil theft? Let me tell you. These things are what we need to deal with. You cannot say that we are producing oil and people are stealing 70% of it. We are losing about 500 billion every month when we are borrowing 1 trillion. So we are part of the stealing. You know, when I say we are all involved, I don't mean you here. But if there's no involvement of those who are supposed to protect it, we will deal with it. And I assure you, we will deal with it. It's like subsidy. People talk about subsidy. Let me tell you, subsidy is the scam. The amount of oil they are talking about cannot be consumed in this country. So all this thing about subsidy, this year, we are going to probably spend in subsidy about 5 trillion. Go and check. That is more than our budget for education and health in the past 5 years. It's unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Or about that. It's unacceptable. You can't now. There's no way. What are you subsidizing? Why won't you? That's the 10 trillion. That will easily give us 15,000 megawatts of electricity. If you tell people what you need is a leader, is to communicate the resources and what is being used for, and people will see it. I was in Anambra State, and I said, people listen. When you tell them you're going to do this with this money, they will do it. Somebody, Emcee mentioned here about hospital. No, Emcee, I didn't build hospital. What happened is that when we started, we had no school of nursing that is accredited, no school of midwifery, no school of health technology. Then civil servant wrote a letter how we are going to build new ones, and it was too much. And I said to them, listen, I grew up, I know that there's a hospital called Iyenu. And Iyenu is where, because we did it in history, is where they had the first midwife in Nigeria. I said, so they have school of midwifery there. And they have school of nursing there. I remember the school of midwifery in Waterside, owned by the Kali Church, and school of nursing in Boromeo, owned by Kali Church. And then there was St. Joseph Adazi. They had school of midwifery, school of nursing, school of health technology. They had the same thing in Ihala. There was a lady of Lots in Ihala. So I said to them, well, these are things I used to know as a small boy. They say it belonged to the church. I said, wait. Are they in Anambra State? Yes. But the owner is the church. Is it not better we go to the church and partner with them and resuscitate all these schools? That's not a new one. They were arguing, and I said, listen, I'm the governor. I'm going to put in this, I'm going to give the Diocese of Onitsha with this facility $1 billion, ENU $1 billion, this one $1 billion. Go. All of them are functional today. The one we started with government is the only one having problem. So it's not just that we gave government money, church money. We found out that church were better managers of the resources, and we gave them the money. All those schools today we have about 10 schools of nursing, school of midwifery, all functional in Anambra State. In fact, we have more schools of nursing than any other surrounding states. And it was a church. We couldn't have achieved it without the church. Same thing is what we did with money of school. We said we had primary school. We had 1,000 primary school. Cali Church had 450. Anglican Church had 300. So we had only 250. So every 2 months, we bring out money and say, this is 1 billion. Give Cali Church 450. Give Anglican Church 300. You, federal government, take 100. They wrote petition. Federal government set up a committee headed by Nwike. They came. If you see what the Cali Church and Anglican Church use their money to do, in fact, you shut down our own. They used that money we were giving them. If you see the schools, they became first class. Then go to our own, where we are using government money, because the contract will be given to a relation of Peter Obi. We will give it to his wife, no money will get there. So we decided, let's use this money in the direct way. So it wasn't that I gave the church money. We have a health center, the best health center in Nigeria today, built in others, not by the church. I went to America and I was watching a news that there's 5 doctors in a particular area that can do heart surgery while the heart is pumping. And one was a Nigerian. And I asked somebody, do you know him? I called him. He said, yes, he's from others. And he has been doing this all over the world. I said, if we go to others, can we come to others and do a health center in your name? He said, yes. That he will even be coming there to do operations free. So I came back. I said, okay, give me the cost implication. He gave me about 350 million naira. If I had done it in General Hospital in Anambra State, it would have collapsed. So I came back and called the Bishop of Oka, Bishop Ezokav, and said, this man is from others. You already have a hospital in others. So this is the money. Build this thing. He's offered to come here annually to do surgery to people free as his contribution to his people. And he's going to bring the equipment from America free of charge. And he did. That place is for, if you go there, you'll be shocked. People are coming from all over Nigeria. If I had built it in General Hospital with government money, nobody will be there now. So it is the church. You see, I'm not just saying, that's why I say we laity. We have to be involved. So for me, all these things that I hear, the questions I hear, I'm not going to go, I'm just answer them encompassing. What we need is to have leaders that we will listen to, they mean well, and they can be able to work with people. There's no difference between our parties. When Senator Ajegbo was senator, one of the best roads we built, he brought it about. He was the one. Even Second Niger Bridge that people are mentioning now, these are the people who fought for it. You know, it's easy for people to come and say now, Second Niger Bridge. Senator Ajegbo fought for a bypass to Obosi, including the first flyover we built in Anambra. All I did is when I came in, I found out that road was impossible. They've awarded the contract under him, but they've not mobilized the contractor. The contractor wasn't working. Obasanjo said he wants to come to Anambra State. And I insisted with his people that he has to go from Oka. Now I want to receive him in Onitsha. He was supposed to come to Oka with the helicopter. I said, we'll go to Onitsha. The reception is in Onitsha. I did it. Sorry. Now that I have to say, I said it on purpose. I had to even pay people. Say, I want me and him to go by road. They say, no, the road is very bad. There's no way you can put president on this road. I said, please, I'm begging you people. I want two of us to drive by road. So he came to Oka, and we drove by road from Oka to Onitsha. By the time he got to Onitsha, he told me, Peter, we must know what to do with this road. I said, that's. Mr. President, I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. Say, what is it? I said, can I pay the contractor? You people have awarded the contract because the contractor said it's being owed. Can I pay him? He will do the road and you refund me. And I can tell you, fantastic. He signed it immediately. So that road is there. That road and everything was championed by him. I just did what they... So, all these things people say, different parties. We only speak of difference when we are trying to share money. If it's working and people can see the purpose, they will all support you. I was supported by PDP legislators in most of the things I did. My speaker was PDP. In fact, my speaker was actually Speaker Anduba anointed. But I was working with him. Because he would come to my office and say, Speaker, we are going to do this. We are going to do this. We are going to do this. He would say to me, Oga, hey, what am I going to do with my people? I said, go and tell them this thing we are doing, their children, everybody will benefit. Yes, of course, because they are my brothers. And they'll say, Oga, we know we'll benefit. But I said, no, but let's do this for the children. And they were cooperating. So we need to have leaders who have purpose. They will see everything you're doing, even the people at the center. One of my political supporters today, I can tell anybody, yesterday and today is Obasanjo. And people will say, wait, when I became governor, I shut down Presidential Lodge. Obasanjo wanted to visit Anambra State. I went to him. I said, Mr. President, they say he's coming for 3 days. Because we have no place for him to stay. I went to him. I said, Mr. President, you're the president of the country. You don't need to sleep in Anambra State. When you come in the morning, you can go in the evening. He asked me to leave his office. I should leave his office. That he is close to Ikoyi, and Ikoyi is doing something, and he wants to stay in Anambra for 3 days. And I have no place to accommodate him. Because he can't stay in a hotel, he's the president. So I went to his chief of staff. I said, can you tell the president, I have a place for him to stay. I have a lodge. If they come and look at where I'm living and it's good, I'll give them the key for 1 month. When he goes, I'll come back. The chief of staff was a nice man. He said, okay, he's going to talk to him. And he went to talk to him. And he said, but why did I shut down Presidential Lodge? The president doesn't live in Oka. So how can we have a house furnished and keep maintaining it for somebody who will never come there? It's costing us a fortune. So we shut it down. The president came. The people came and looked at my lodge. Everything. I said, it's okay. Of course, I asked my wife, I said, listen, they need this place for 1 week, so we have to move. So we left. It cost us, the presidential lodge we were doing then was going to cost us about 700 million. And then we furnish it, and every month we spend about 20, 30 million maintaining it. But that 1 week, Obasanjo stayed. He came on Thursday and left on Sunday. That 1 week, that 3 days he stayed, I took a week in a hotel opposite me. It cost us less than 120,000 naira. And that was the last time a president slept in Oka. In the 8 years I was there. And this happened in my first 1 year. Subsequently, Jonathan would say, he's coming to Oka. I say, listen, there's a presidential lodge in Asaba. There's one in this thing, and this thing. And to even tell you, sir, all these vehicles you want me to bring for you to use, I'm taking it from people in Asaba. Because I don't have that type of vehicle. I didn't use bulletproof car for my 8 years. Because I tell them, you can't have 20 police and have bulletproof car. It's either don't have police, I have bulletproof car, or we have, because we have, so what are they protecting? You know? And that was it. So, you can shut down the cost. What am I saying this? To conclude, what am I saying? The cost of governance in Nigeria is unacceptable. You can shut it down. Government is not a restaurant, it's not an entertainment center. If you eat dinner today, if Biden invites you for dinner today in White House, he pays for it. If you do it I was in Downing Street recently, if they give you dinner or lunch, the Prime Minister will pay for it. Of course, you saw him because he went to a party with his own drink. That is trying to consume him. These are the things people do. Trump was sick. He had COVID. Where did they treat him? Military hospital. Because there was no White House clinic. Boris Johnson was sick. He had COVID. They took him to hospital I can go to. They took him to hospital. Everybody goes to. That's what government is all about. You fix the right place. If you're sick, you go there. You don't need to have create another hospital. So when I became governor, we had a government house clinic with 2 ambulances. None of our hospitals had ambulance. And you have ambulance. As governor is moving, ambulance is in his convoy. I said, what is it? They say in case if you have accident. How can you do a thing like that? So, these are costs we need to eliminate. And all of us here can help to eliminate it. Once again, Father, everybody, Chairman, thanks for this opportunity. And I'm happy that my brother is contesting. Now, what he told you people, do not look at the parties. Look at the individual. When they voted for me to be governor in Anambra State, quote me, I've never contested the election. I wasn't in the big party. He knows. But people like him, those who know me, said, Peter, this thing you're trying to do is not going to be easy. I'll come to a place. They said, look at this man. There's somebody I'll give my CV. They will read it and said, okay, this is your CV. You said you're a chairman in a bank. You are this. So if somebody wants to be MD of bank, would he discuss what he will pay you people? I said, yes. He said, we are chairman here. Tell us what we are going to get. I said, you're not going to get anything. We're going to get roads. You know, but eventually, people voted for me. I didn't give them money. They voted for me. And that's what I'm begging people to do now. Look at who wants to be governor. Who wants to go to House of Rep. Who wants to go to this. Don't collect money from him. If you collect money, once he goes there, he will be preoccupied by refund. But if you do it for the sake of it, he will build a better country. God bless you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, well, we've had him. And if we leave him, he will continue. And what he has been saying is the correct thing. To show you how humble he is, when he wanted to run for governorship in Anambra, they told him I was in London. He came to look for me and came to my house in London. So that is it. And he didn't bring any drink. Shishi, he did not give me. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there is something he has just said which has taken me back to what I said when I was speaking. I said, well, number one, Nigeria is not a normal country as of today. Therefore, saying that the church is doing what is really not, or individuals in the church are doing certain things that they shouldn't really be doing, the church has to take a greater responsibility as far as I'm concerned. Look at, for education, he gave money to the church and they moved the education up. Health, the same thing. So this is what I'm now talking about in the political sphere. The church has to get involved one way or the other. Not to tell people who to, people who they should vote for. No. But helping in educating people to know what their rights are. That is most important. And even those going there to represent us, whichever party they are in, they need to know what to do. Like I said before, people seem to forget. Democracy came back to Nigeria in 1999. And people have, those that are playing it today very actively, have never seen a parliament. This is the first time. So please, we have to look at it in that context. But before I say end to the conference, I would like him to answer a couple of questions that are passed over to him.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So I have a couple of questions here. I'll just take them. Some of them are related. How can Nigeria ensure that this election is not rigged? And what do we... this is not clear, but in other words, how can we ensure that state power and military are not used to influence the eventual outcome of the election? Well, it's a good question. It's a perennial concern in Nigeria. But I will say two things. One is that we are encouraged and hopeful that the new Electoral Act provides for electronic transmission, because that is introduction of technology into the process. And as we know, anywhere you introduce technology, it has the benefit of increasing transparency and increasing the difficulty of people manipulating the system. In fact, in other areas we've seen where people have tried to do things for 10, 20 years and have not succeeded. When you introduce technology, you can get it done within a short space of time. So we're encouraged that that will be the case, and INEC seems to be resolute that they will use that. And then the second point that I would make is that, and this is part of the responsibility of all of us here, it is very difficult to rig an election that is a landslide election. When you have the overwhelming will of the people, it is when elections are close, that they find one local government to twist the vote or whatever. But when there is a mass will of the people, it is very difficult to rig it. So if you take that and you add the technology, I am confident that 2023 will be different. So let's not have that in mind. Let's come out and exercise our vote. This question says, please identify Lagos problems that prompt you to contest for Lagos State government. I don't think we have enough time for me to answer that question, actually. I can go on for hours. But to keep it short, and I think I said it, that livability index that I talked about, where we're ranked 176 out of 177, if you break it down, what are the things they look at inside that index? Infrastructure, health, education, those kinds of things. And they compare across nations. So it's a report card. It's a report card. So if after managing a state for 25 years, by 2023, this administration in Lagos will be 24 years old. If after a generation, you get a report card that says you are 176 out of 177, I don't think there's need to say much more. right? So for us, it is just important that we give people alternatives on the ballot. Because part of the reason why the apathy we have, it was spoken about earlier that we have 30% voter turnout across the country. In Lagos, in the last governorship election, it was actually 15%. We had only 1 million votes out of 6 million votes. 6 million registered voters, only 1 million votes. The governor was elected with 700,000 votes. Right? So that apathy is people who are two things. One, they don't see anybody on the ballot that they are inspired by, that captures their imagination, that makes them believe that this is somebody that's different, one. Two, they don't believe that their votes will count. We are resolved, we have made up our minds that both of those things we will address in 2023. The final question here, how come government organizations show equal degree of corrupt practice as everybody? Is it that Christians are either afraid or unable to live their Christian life? Well, again, I talked about this. Who is a Christian? Is it the person that professes to be a Christian? Or is it the person whose actions demonstrate that they're a Christian? And I think what is incumbent upon us is to examine those we are presented with, to interrogate them, to ask them the questions, as my brother has said, what are you going there to do? And then to look at what they have done. A very good indicator of what somebody will do is if you look at his past 20 and 30 years. What has this person done? Who are the people that have interacted with him? What organizations has he run? A lot of what His Excellency spoke about earlier are practices that he carried over from his previous endeavors, isn't it? It's not that he got into government and started learning those things. At the end of the day, what do we want in leaders? Character and competence. Character and competence. I will tell you that the most important one is character. Because as a governor, you have commissioners, you have technocrats. If you don't know something, you can hire somebody who will do the work. If you don't know a particular discipline, you can't be an expert in everything. But you have to have the character. And a lot of what has been said is about the character. Understanding that the office that you occupy is a sacred trust. And it is vested for a purpose, for the interest of the people. That is why when people ask you to spend 3 naira to get 1 naira worth of goods for the people, you are uncomfortable as a good leader doing that. And if you don't find people who are of that ilk, who are of that type, who are of that mindset, they have no business being in office. Thank you.
Like I said earlier, every good thing will have to end at the time. So, Emcee, I'm calling on you to wind up.
Some say wind down, some say wind up. I'm going to give it to Liboros Oshoma just to take 3 questions, because we're almost eating into the time of the other programs.
Of a recommendation, you need to do it to bring people abreast on issues and the of the tenants, the acts. Noted, I will do church to reverse the Supreme Court ruling on hijab wearing. That's ruling. The Supreme Court has given its judgment on the matter, and I think it's no longer a church thing. It's the people now, and I know with time the reaction has started pouring in, and I know the Supreme Court will do something. That is why we need to be involved in the process of leadership selection, so to determine the quality of people that represents us. You know, that even people that goes to the bench. I know my daddy here is a life bencher, so, but for some of us, we still want to challenge the status quo, and we'll consistently challenge it. what does it imply when those vying for power pay to be nominated as flag bearer? Didn't you see the FCC there that they're doing photo ops? In fact, I was in Abuja observing the process, and you see FCC everywhere. Meanwhile, the money is being shared in hotels, and they are the venue with EFCC jackets doing photo ops. It's a crime. It's a criminal offense in the Electoral Act to buy votes. But like we say, when you have the kind of people that you have as delegates, and so they will sell votes. And that's why we all need to be part of the process so that nobody buys your conscience. Gone are the days when you say, oh, I'll collect the money and vote my conscience. Even if you collect the money, there is no way you look at the man in his face and say, I will not vote for you. It's not possible. Some of these people can kill. What kind of a scenario will we have if Peter Obi as president has a lot of APC and PDP in the National Assembly? Mr. Peter Obi already said it. He worked with opposition parties. And really, when Buhari came on board, Saraki was the Senate president. All people wanted was for the president to show the direction. We saw lights, and people were like, yo, the president had not even spoken, his body language was already working, until he became a body odor. So, irrespective, and one thing I also noticed at the National Assembly is that they don't see parties. Distinguished senator is here. They don't see parties. They see colleagues. They see colleagues. It's those of us that are outside that see parties. So if you have somebody as a leader who is showing direction, and the rest of us are consistently hammering on good governance, the senators and the House of Rep members, we have no option but to kowtow, because they know when they come back to us, we'll challenge them. Thank you.
I take the correction, sir. Take the correction. Mr. Chairman, sir, President of CMG, we now move to one of awards. There will be vote of thanks and closing prayers. Please bear with us. We know you have been seated for a long time. Item 7 has been moved to item 17, but we are going to take proper care of you. CMG has never disappointed. In fact, they just whispered into my ear that they believe this party is going to stay till tomorrow. So please, they have enough to eat, to drink, and there's going to be a lot of rockies to go with it. So, Mr. President, sir, while we are getting the parish priest to come forward, President of CMG to come forward for the presentation of awards. Presentation of awards. Sir.
Pastor Christie, please can we put our hands together for all our discussants? They have been wonderful, wonderful. They have done excellently well. And we would like to extend our appreciation to each of them. So may I please call on His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi, to please step forward. Our parish priest will present to you this token of appreciation from. Okay, Father, in addition to this, you will also present a Bible to His Excellency. Okay. Next, we would like to invite distinguished Senator Mike Ajebo. We would like to invite distinguished Senator Mike Ajebo to please come forward. Also, for your contributions to the Catholic Men's Guild, to the church in general, and in recognition of your immense contribution in encouraging and supporting the quest for good governance in Nigeria, we would like to present this award to you. Thank you very much. Then finally, I would like to invite our good friend, Mr. Liboros Oshoma, to please come forward. Also, in recognition of your immense contribution in encouraging and supporting the quest for good governance, we would like to present this to you. May I invite all the keynote speakers to please come forward, His Excellency and our good friend to please, let's take a quick group photograph. While this is going on, every member of the Catholic Men's Guild, properly dressed, should get ready to join us immediately, just right behind us, so we have a group photograph.
Please, can we, CMG members, please, can we please... Okay, sir. Okay, I'll leave it for you. Photographer. Filing. CMG member. Oga, please. Please, sir. Please. Members of the podium, please, you come down while the CMG members will file in behind. Okay. Please, sir. Sir, this way, sir. Please, there's a request. Sion president has said he has gotten his members together. They want to take pictures after this. Quickly, they'll take picture after this with the panelists. Sion president and his members. Thank you very much. Sion president, and please come, Sion. Sir. Please quickly stay, quickly. Sion. Sir.
President of Christian Mothers.
Let me take permission from CMG. Ask permission. Let me ask permission. Okay. Sion members. Sir. Christian Mothers said they want to take it. Father said it. Fine. CCM members here, and this is the end. CCM members, no CM. CCM members, please. CCM members, some of you can go behind. File in behind. File in behind. File in behind. Please, quickly, quickly. God bless you as we do this. God bless you as we do this. Sorry, sir. Spread out, spread out so they can capture everybody. Spread out. Bring it down, bring it down. Bring the music down, bring it down. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us all be seated. Let us all be seated now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, let us be seated now. Vote of thanks. Vote of thanks. Brother Philip.
Please.
Closing prayer so you can go.
Bless the food, pray at the same time.
Yes.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit. The Lord be with you. May the peace and blessings of Almighty God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit come down upon you all and remain with you now and forevermore. Amen. Peace be with you. Bless also, Lord, and these your gifts, which you are about to receive from your bounty through Christ our Lord. Amen. Bon appetit.
Thank you very much, Father.
Please sit down. Sit down. We are going to entertain ourselves now. Please sit down. We are going to call the order by which we are going to go. Let me seek the direction of the president of CMG. Please. May I seize this opportunity to recognize the presence of the Catholic lawyers, Falomo, Mrs. Elizabeth Aka. You are welcome, ma'am. Sir, what order? Sir, I'm just seeing her now, sir. I'm just seeing her now. I have to recognize her. She's coming. Hello, please, I've been instructed to inform you that please be seated. There's a buffet outside. They are going to call them by rows. Please, let's be seated and you will get... Okay, thank you so much. Please, let's be seated. DJ, music, please. DJ. Light music, please.
Emcee.
Say she turned it off.